Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, Anele. Are we audible this side?
You are audible, Honorable Litsie.
Thank you, Mamodiba.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. I think we're all in the meeting now. We are meeting today to look into the report of the ministerial task team on the comprehensive student funding model for the PSET sector. We'll also be looking at on an update or a briefing by the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences on postgraduate funding, as well as a briefing by the National Research Foundation on funding for postgraduate students, and lastly, receiving a briefing by the CHE on the remuneration of vice chancellors and other senior
Recording in
management
progress.
of universities. We have received a briefing. Well, we've received briefings, in fact, on the work that the NRF and the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences in relation to funding for postgraduate students a number of times. Well, not a number of times, but once before. And so that's not a necessarily new conversation, but we're trying to see where we are at this point in time. The department did keep us up to date in relation to how far the work being done by the ministerial task team is, to the extent of which we were briefed on it being presented to cabinet, and we resolved that once it's gone to cabinet, it will return to the committee. In relation to remuneration for vice chancellors, that was a matter that was, sort of brought forth by the committee. In fact, in the time of the former chair, Mr. Philip Mapulane, and I know Honorable Itzi has been very Honorable Itzi and in fact Honorable Yabo have been very passionate about us looking into this matter, and so that's also not necessarily a new matter. So the minister, I believe, is in the meeting, and will be making the opening remarks. Can I note from you, Anele, if there are any apologies before we hand over to the minister?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. Chairperson, from the member side, we received apologies from Honorable Yabo, as well as Honorable Boshoff. They'll be joining the meeting an hour later. We also received, Chair, an apology from the Deputy Minister, who will be leaving the meeting at 10:30. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Anele. Can I propose, and I hope all our colleagues, I'm not sure if all our colleagues from the different, from the different entities are on the platform already, because I want to propose slight amendments to the agenda. I'd like us to discuss for us to get the presentations on student fund on the postgraduate funding first, and then move to the briefing on the comprehensive funding model. So maybe, in fact, starting with the remuneration of vice chancellors, then receiving the two on postgraduate funding, and then we end with the comprehensive student funding model, so that it sort of wraps up the conversation that would be had earlier, because the issues around postgraduate funding should be included in a discussion around the comprehensive funding of the PSET sector, right? So can I propose, and I'm sorry for this amendment, but can I propose that sorry, I'm just trying to move back and forth between my different tabs. Can I propose that we get the briefing from the NIHSS first, and then we go to the NRF. Well, perhaps the CHE first, and then the NIHSS, the NRF, and then the department. And then if there are any, maybe let me first check if the CEO and chair of the CHE are on the platform.
We are here, Chair. Good morning.
Okay, perfect. And then colleagues from NIHSS?
We are present, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. And I believe that the colleagues from the NRF are here.
We are here, Chair.
Okay, great. All right. I'm just trying to make the conversation flow a bit better, colleagues. And thank you very much for your cooperation in that regard. All right. At this point, I'd like to welcome all honorable members, all CEOs, all chairs. Welcome the DG, Nkosinathi Sishi, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi. Welcome the Deputy Minister, Mr. Putima Namela, and of course the Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande. But before I hand over to you, Minister, let me check if there are any apologies. Oh, Anele, sorry, you had mentioned the apologies already. Apologies for that. All right, let me hand over to you then, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Nompendulu Mkhatshwa. And let me also greet the other honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Can I just request that I close my video, Chair, because my network here indicates it's not in great shape. At least I hope you have seen me that I'm not a spook or a product of some artificial intelligence program, but it's myself. So with your permission, let me close the video. Let me also greet our DG, as well as the Dr. Sishi of Higher Education and Training, as well as other officials from my other department, the DSI. And also greet representatives from our other entities who are here, and everybody. And thanks, Chair, for the opportunity that we are giving me to make some opening remarks. All the matters, Chair, that are meant to be dealt with today are extremely important matters. But I would just like to start by making a request and an apology to you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, that I think there was a lapse on my side in terms of sequencing on how we deal with the issue of the remuneration of Vice Chancellors. It's a lapse on my side because I should have engaged you beforehand when I saw the program to actually request that we don't discuss today the issue of the remuneration of the Vice Chancellors. And I would still humbly request that from the Portfolio Committee for the following reasons. Firstly, I have not had an opportunity to engage the council chairpersons and present to them formally this report after it had come back from discussion in Cabinet. And Cabinet also had certain recommendations that I would have liked also to share, firstly, with the affected people, which is the council chairpersons, because they are the people who actually determine salaries and other aspects of remuneration of vice chancellors. I am only meeting them next week because I think that it's only fair that I do so. Also, it would be better that by the time I come to the Portfolio Committee, I would also be having a response from the council chairpersons. Of course, it doesn't stop the portfolio committee deciding to engage with them directly, but our presentation would also be informed by that. Indeed, I still also have to engage USAF, although they are directly affected by this matter, but it's important that I inform them after my meeting with their council chairpersons, and also, as far as practically possible, hear their own views as well. So, had I not made this lapse, I would have spoken to you, Chair, before this and request that perhaps we shift this discussion by a week or two to allow me to undertake these consultations after having come back from cabinet, so that we can present before you. Of course, you had asked as the portfolio committee under former chairperson Mapulane that we undertake this study, which the CHE has done a while back and presented it to me. So that when I come back here to the portfolio committee, I have done all the prior steps that I need to do. And that maybe today, this is not prescribing, it's a request that I'm making. As I say, I am sorry that there was just a lapse of not raising this matter before, as it was on the agenda of the portfolio committee, as I normally do in some instances where I request either time or that there are certain prior processes that actually needs to be undertaken. I also hope that that will give even a better presentation on our side, informed also by the responses of all the stakeholders, which will then make us also to come back to the portfolio committee with our own initial responses to the matter. And having studied and heard the vice chancellors, but especially the chairpersons of council. So as I say, I apologize for this, but I honestly and frankly request that perhaps we postpone this item for today and deal with it before the rise of Parliament, of the 6th Parliament, in the portfolio committee. And myself, I would hope that that doesn't clash with cabinet, so that I'm here to actually lead this very important presentation. Let me not say anything more than that, Chair, on this, other than my humble and respectful request to yourself and the portfolio committee. Now, the second matter that we are dealing with, I'm not necessarily going to present in terms of the order in which we have now changed. I'm just going to touch on. Let me just touch by way of background on the issue of the NIHSS, the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences, which is briefing you today. I think that I do need to give a bit of background, just as a reminder to all of us, and perhaps to those who might not have been aware, the background against which I formed the NIHSS. So also, as to understand what I am doing now to address some of the challenges, especially the issue of the location of the NIHSS. When I was first appointed as Minister of Higher Education and Training in 2009, one of the first things that I was confronted with was both a global and a domestic phenomenon of a decline in emphasis, study, research on humanities and social sciences. The whole world was moving towards STEM disciplines, and ourselves as a country, for understandable reasons, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But in the process, there was a feeling, the deans of universities came to me and said, Minister, one of the things that we are faced with is that even in our own institutions, there is less funding for humanities and social sciences. Research resources are drying up, both in the public and the private sector. And there was also a feeling at that time that the National Research Foundation also was getting more biased towards STEM disciplines. And therefore, there was a threat that the humanities and social sciences could die as time goes on. I then appointed a team led by Professor Arisitas then, who was a professor of sociology at UCT, to say, can you lead a team just to investigate this aspect? They did a very good report, which perhaps those who might not have seen it, who might circulate it at some stage, which actually ended up in something interesting that I hadn't thought of. Their research and engagement in South Africa, in the African continent, and globally with this matter of the decline of humanities and social sciences. They came up with a document which was a charter for humanities and social sciences. It's the only charter of its kind in the world. In fact, it was welcomed by, amongst others, Codestria, which is a premier social science forum in the African continent. In Asia, in places like India, Europe, and even the United States, people were saying this idea of a charter for humanities and social sciences has been a trailblazer by South Africa on this score. And out of that charter, then there was a recommendation that I should establish a mechanism and look at funding, also additional funding to support humanities and social sciences. I'm not going to be long chair on this, but I thought, let me give this background, because it was against that background that I established the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. It's just over 10 years ago. Now, of course, there was an entire happiness that I was doing this, because in a way, I was dabbling into what could have been the sphere of the Department of Science and Technology then. But I said, look, I felt that something actually needed to be done. And I knew that at some stage, there will have to be a dialogue between the two departments. Now, fortunately, these two departments have been under one minister, which has given us an opportunity of what I'm going to tell you now. What is it that I'm doing about this? But I must say that the achievement, in fact, one of the most important achievements of the Department of Higher Education and Training and my tenure there as minister was this NIHSS. They will be able to tell you, maybe my figures are a bit outdated, that we've funded more than 500 PhDs in a 10-year period. Possibly they are at 600 now or something like that. That would not have been done had I not established this entity, and then I sourced funds from the National Skills Fund as part of training and producing more studies in humanities and social sciences. Is something that we need. In fact, my own view is that part of growing the humanities and social sciences must be to mainstream them across all other disciplines and faculties and schools in universities, so that they are not just an aside. You study psychology, you study sociology, you study art, and so on, but that the paradigm of social sciences must actually be also embraced by natural, biomedical, and other sciences. But there's a debate for another day. But they've done well. The NIHSS under Professor Musweza, who is now at the HSRC, they've done exceptional amount of work in terms of funding and supporting, and the deans of universities are very happy about this. Now, I then, in the meantime, a few years ago, established a team led by Professor Rensberg just to investigate now the entire landscape of higher education, science and technology, institutional landscape, the entities that are at DSI, the entities that are at DHT and so on, they have made a recommendation. I can't remember whether that has been presented to Parliament, which we are still processing, which then is looking at how we need to restructure the entire landscape. Now, the most immediate thing that I'm doing is that maybe it's time now that for now we take NIHSS to the HSRC. It's coincidental that Professor Muswesa is there now, so that it begins to move to DSI, which actually ultimately that's where it belongs, but not kill it when it goes to HSRC. It must still continue funding this important research in humanities and social sciences. In fact, we may as well be about the only country in the world that has given this attention to research into humanities and social sciences. I'm in that process now that hopefully prior to the election, we will transfer the NIHSS to be under the HSRC and then under the DSI. So I just thought I needed to give you that background so that also you understand whatever they are presenting against that background. It's one of the things that I'm really very proud of as an achievement of this government. Now, we are also now going, of course, to be dealing with this matter within the overall recommendations of what we call the HESTIL report, the report on the institutional landscape of higher education, science and innovation. That was a task that was ably led by Professor Rensburg, the former VC of University of Johannesburg, UJ. On the issue of the student funding model, Chair, I'm also going to be brief. I had reported at some stage to the portfolio committee that I had established a task team led by Professor Mdosa, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, deputized by Professor Petition, the VC of the University of the Free State, to look at this task I was given by Cabinet to come up with a comprehensive student funding model for South Africa. They did a lot of work, made 2 presentations to Cabinet. Cabinet accepted some of their key recommendations that actually this is a huge task that will take over a period of 10 years to fully implement, because there are lots of issues and dimensions to it, which I would just like to mention very briefly and very quickly, Chair, because I'm conscious of our time as well. Is that you can't have a comprehensive student funding model without pulling together the amount of money that government is spending on student funding. If you like, on students, by the way, because student funding is one component of money spent by government, but government also give block grants to universities. That's part of student funding, because universities must run so that students are able to get the education that they need. But we have NSFAS. NSFAS, which now is a bursary, which caters only for a particular category of students who come from families who are not earning more than 350,000 rand. Then there's the issue of what we've referred to as the missing middle, a misnomer of a term, but for now, we are using that because it gives a sense as if people are missing. I don't quite like it, but that's the term that we've actually been using. And also, comprehensive student funding, by the way, also involved postgraduate, funding of postgraduate students. That will all have to be part of a single model. You are indeed discussing postgraduate funding, which I might as well at this point also just say other things so that I don't talk to that after I finish on the comprehensive student funding model. Postgraduate funding in itself, by the way, comes from various sources. The main government source is the NRF. But there are also a number of other scholarships, both public and private, both domestic and foreign, that fund postgraduates. For instance, some governments give us, like Russia, scholarships, or China for postgraduate studies in their countries. Some of those scholarships come via our department. In other instances, like the UK, they've got what they call the Chevening program, which they advertise themselves directly and handle and make decisions without involving us as government. There was also Erasmus Mundus, which was the European postgraduate scholarship, that also they were doing directly without involving us. Of course, it's ideal that we be involved so that we are able also on our side as government to say, yes, thank you very much, we are providing these scholarships, but these are the priority areas in which we'd actually like to have scholarships. But Dr. Morfe will be presenting on the matter of postgraduate. But this is a key component of the comprehensive student funding model. The other aspect of the comprehensive student model that we have to deal with is that all of government gives bursaries. National departments of government outside of the DHET and DSI, they give bursaries. Virtually all government departments nationally. Provinces, most of them, if not all, they also give bursaries to students. Many municipalities have got bursaries that they give to students. In fact, if you pull together just money that government is spending, this money is enough to be able to fund both NSFAS and also what we call the missing middle, at least, and even go beyond that. Because also there are bursaries that are focusing on, rightly so, very bright students as an incentive who have passed very well. Some may come from poor families, others may not come from poor families, but they get given scholarships as or bursaries as recognition for their work and all that. There is also money from the private sector. So if we are to have a comprehensive student funding model, Chair and honorable members, we will have to pull all these together and have a single overarching picture, not to control them from DHET, but a single picture to say, so much money is spent on bursaries and scholarships in South Africa by government and by the private sector. If we align that better, we may make this to have a better impact. Those are just some of the other issues that I was given by Cabinet to look at, that the ministerial task team, the MTOSE task team, was looking at. They've got some initial recommendations, but more work needs to be done, is the issue of student debt. As government, we are concerned about student debt. Myself, I'm very concerned about student debt. So is the president. We need to look at the nature of the student debt in South Africa and what needs to be done. Although if you ask me personally, by the way, in a capitalist society, you will never do away with student debt. I'm sorry to say that. Sometimes we don't emphasize that enough. It's the truth. In a hugely unequal society where wealth is owned by a minority at the expense of a majority, you will always have students who will have to go and borrow money from the banks and everywhere else in order to study together with their parents. So in a society like that, you'll never run away from it. But nevertheless, we must not allow this issue of student debt to just run away on its own. We need to see how are we to deal with this. For instance, there are students who may have been owing for 5-6 years. For one reason or the other, some have been getting in and out of work, they haven't paid. Some of that debt surely has expired. There is the right financial sector term that I forget, of debt that has actually expired. So that's another aspect of student funding or comprehensive student funding model. How do we deal with student debt? That's why the MTT say, if you look at all of these and other things, it's a 10-year period to phrase this. Also, we still have to decide as a country, who do we prioritize funding in universities and colleges? Is it everyone who just simply qualifies financially for NSFAS? or we need to be funding priority occupations and professions that we need as a country. That's a big debate that our department will need to lead into the 7th administration to actually deal with that. So what we are then presenting today is the first phase of a comprehensive student funding model. It's not the totality of it, because there is still lots of work, lots of discussions, consultations, policy work, lots of research that needs to be done along the lines that I've actually outlined. So we decided that the first thing that we must focus on, which is usually a big problem for us, is what we call the missing middle, which is what then we are going to be presenting. So what we are presenting today is the first phase of the comprehensive student funding model, not the totality of it, which is how far we could go thus far. Also given all sorts of other constraints, including financial constraints. I think with that, Chair, I have given enough background to be able to then have the DG, as well as DSI and other entities that are here that we'll call upon before they present. I'm here in the portfolio committee till 1 o'clock sharp, Chairperson, because I have a meeting outside at 1:15. I hope that you will be done as per your program, that we are finishing at 1 o'clock exactly. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to all the honorable members.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those opening remarks. There's a matter that you have put before us regarding the presentation of the CHE, which I'll have to get the input from members from. But on our side, I think one, definitely we don't appreciate it, Minister, when we send the program of the committee ahead of time to yourself and to your team for them to make their inputs, as well, so that our calendars and our programs do not clash. And so we must express our concerns or disappointment as a committee that we weren't able to plan better. This matter definitely has to be brought forth before the committee. So we'll have to look at the committee program and see where we can add this report regarding the remuneration of vice chancellors. Of course, appreciating the fact that given that the report is speaking about these particular officers, it would be fair that you engage with the vice chancellors and the chairpersons before the report is made public. We do have the report, and I believe members have gone through it, so probably in their preparations for this meeting. But from my side, I think we will give you that grace of going and engaging with these stakeholders and then returning to the committee to present the report officially. It's been of great concern and interest to the committee. And so it is something that we would want to conclude before the end of this term. I see Honorable Itie's hand is up. Honorable Itie.
Good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. My network has been going on and off. So I would like to remain without a video. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to all honorable members. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DG. Good morning, CEOs of entities present and board members and all management of these entities. Good morning, DG, and your team from the department. And Chair, maybe let's echo your sentiments on the issue of the report of the Council for Higher Education on the remuneration of vice chancellors. I think the matter is indeed of great concern to us that It has taken a while before it comes, but unfortunately, given the reasons by the minister, we have no choice but to accept, because it will be futile for us to discuss the report, whereas he has not discussed it with the relevant people. In this instance, I think Yusuf. So we do accept, but Minister, maybe next time let's try to align our calendars, especially when we send, or when the committee sends a report, a proposal on the program, at least on time, at least a week or so before. Just say this one, I will not be able to present it on time because there's one or two steps that needs to be taken. Maybe if we can improve on the communication on time moving forward. But I think I fully agree with the principle that you've put, Minister, that we afford you an opportunity to discuss it with the relevant stakeholder, in this instance, Yusuf, and then also finalize the recommendation that comes from cabinet, so that when we engage with the report, indeed it's a comprehensive report that has gone through all the required levels of discussions. So, and then I think because the minister will be here until 1, I think we'll have enough time to engage his opening chair on other entities that will be presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Itie. Honorable Shikwambana.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to colleagues and everyone who's present here. Chair, I think we were just caught in a situation here with regard to the issue the minister spoke about of the remuneration of the Vice Chancellor's report that was supposed to be presented here today, and that was actually on our agenda items. And we have said it correct that we have sent these things long before to his team and everyone who's supposed to give us the report. We should have at least been informed prior before this meeting. But let me also say, next time, Chair, you should just get the sense of the other members before you comment and also make some declarations or conclusions on matters raised, because you spoke and said you will give the minister a chance to go and consult with the council and so forth without getting our expression on the matter. But we respect you because you are the chair. But my understanding is that you should have at least allowed us to speak, and then you come and conclude on the matter, rather than just to conclude before you can hear what is our feeling around the matter that is being raised, particularly of the remunerations of the vice chancellors, which I get a sense that we're not going to get the report yet today. Well enough is fine, but next time, before you conclude or you wrap on the matter, please allow us to express our feelings and views with in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shikwambana. If I had concluded, I'm sorry it has perhaps come out as though I've concluded, but if I had concluded, I would not be allowing you to speak. The power is in your voices. So if we got to the 10th member, the 10th member said, no, we want it now, then my views would, of course, have not found expression. But yeah, thank you. Honorable King.
Good morning, Chair, to the Minister and everyone on the platform. Chair, it is a bit, as you said, disappointing that we do not have the report, considering that ample time was given to deliver the report. It is also a bit disheartening, Chair, when we only get to hear on this platform that the report will not be discussed with us today. I would have expected a prior communication to yourself on this matter so that we could have concluded more or added someone else to be on this platform to discuss other pertinent matters. But Chair, I understand what the Minister said, but I also would like to get some form of a time frame exactly when we can have a discussion on this report, because I'm afraid if we go into April, it might not even serve before the committee, considering that the elections is in May and normally we get a month off before the time to prepare on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Chirwa. Honorable Chirwa, I don't know if my network is problematic.
No, she's still getting the notes.
Honorable Chirwa, there's no sound
She's
coming
getting
out.
the notes from who? The Honorable, she's getting the notes from who?
Okay, Honorable Chirwa, there's no sound. Honorable Litsi and Honorable Shikwamban. Honorable Chirwa, there's no sound coming out from yourself. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome with the remarks by the Minister, and as well agree with you that indeed we would give the Minister a chance to go back and ensure that we get the comprehensive report, as other members could have agreed to referring the report back. And I want to indicate in this platform that we got some presentation prior to date from Chair in terms of remuneration packages for VCs and chairperson. So I heard one of the members said we haven't received the report. We have received the report. However, the Minister is asking us not to discuss this matter today. And I fully agree that other members, they are agreeing on the matter based on the reasons that he has given us. Chair, I just wanted you as well to note that in our meetings currently, there's tendencies that you would call for hands and people won't raise up. And after other members could have engaged, then people would then raise their hands. So there's a need of actually reprimanding and cautioning those tendencies so that we don't, drag the meeting and repeat issues while others are covered. We are a collective here. If something has been said by Shikwambani and you are covered by it, just say that you are covered. And I fully agree with Honorable here that some of the issues would deal with them after the presentation, because the issue of comprehensive funding that the Minister has touched on his remarks is one of the items that are there. I think we would discuss lengthy when the Minister comes in. So I wanted to say that I hope that the Minister is noting that members are saying in future, let his department be proactive in terms of communicating with us, so that we don't even waste time or derail from our adopted program. And I hope members in this platform, they have made inputs in terms of the draft that have been sent to them to ensure that we actually do what we have to do as a program details. So I want to say thank you, Chairperson, for actually leading us. Perhaps we have used the powers and privileges of being a chair based on what you have noted from what the Minister has said on his remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Chirwa.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think I'm audible now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about my voice. I think I want to reiterate my sentiments that I've said previously. And firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chairperson. My problem is that I feel or think the Minister does not respect this portfolio committee enough. And I've said this before. The Minister was in the know last night. The Minister was in the know 2 days before, and probably even last week, that he was not ready or is not ready to have these discussions take place. But there was no courtesy that was extended to this portfolio committee, precisely because there is no respect for this portfolio committee. And I think the Chairperson must really just take this particular thing seriously, because I sit in other committees and other ministers do not behave the way the Minister of Higher Education behaves in this particular committee. He must be able to communicate in advance. That is beyond the issue of courtesy and being professional, but it's also an issue of respect. Firstly, respecting the portfolio committee chairperson and respecting the members of this portfolio committee who have prepared, who came to this particular meeting to ensure that these discussions take place. And to hear now inside the meeting that there is no readiness, because that is what it is. There's no readiness, that they are not ready, they're not prepared as a department to have these discussions take place, is really disheartening, because they knew from a long time ago that they were not ready. And there should be no space in this portfolio committee for ministers to give such futile excuses on issues of preparedness, on discussions and issues that they've known about well in advance. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chirwa. All right. So, Minister, the sentiment from members in the committee at large is that really we don't appreciate us being informed on the day, even if it was last night. I think it would have been too late for us to be informed that a certain presentation cannot be discussed in the committee due to legitimate reasons. I think it's only fair that the report be discussed with the vice chancellors and even the chairs of those councils before it be brought to this public platform, which is the committee. But when we are not communicated to in time, even the legitimacy of the matter, is questioned because of our poor communication. And so, please, we're requesting that in the future, the future is in the next 3 months, then our term is over. Please, let's try and end the term on a good note with better communication. But I do want to also remind members that we do have the report that was sent to us. So the CHE report on the remuneration of vice chancellors has been sent to members. What we're not doing today is discussing it, given the fact that this is a public platform and the vice chancellors themselves, who are the subject matter and the chairs, have not been privy to this report. With that being said, we also implore members not to share the report as yet on any platforms until we've discussed it officially as the committee, which will happen before we go on recess. So we will rework the committee program so that this report is discussed in the committee before the end of the term. So before the end of March, this report will be discussed in the committee. And I look forward to the cooperation of the minister and the department in that regard. Minister, I would have not ideally wanted us to respond. I think we are in agreement that you'll come back with the report, unless you feel it's urgent that you respond. But I think we're in agreement that we will give you time to go and engage the stakeholders and revert back to the committee. But let me give you an opportunity so that we can close this item. Over to you, Minister.
Chair, no, thank you very much. I'm sorry to be coming in now. I just want to say that to express, it would be improper if I don't express my appreciation for your understanding, so that I don't come back to this matter when we engage later. And also, I hear you, your concern, which I share myself. And I would just like to say it's not out of disrespect of the committee that I have apologized. This is a lapse. And I have respect this committee very much. And thanks for your understanding. I thought that it's proper for me to say so, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister. I'd like to hand over to the colleagues from the NIHSS to present first. And then we'll go to NRF, and then we'll go to the department. DG, I think in this meeting we could possibly have some colleagues from DSI. I think Dr. Moafe could be here. Dr. Moafe, are you here? Okay, are there any colleagues from the DSI who would like to say anything before I hand over? Okay, I think we're fine. So I'll go straight to the colleagues from the NIHSS. Oof, that's acronym. So I'd like to hand over officially then to Ms. Nimak. if you're on the platform.
Good morning. Thank you.
All right, over to you.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, DG and DDGs present, honorable members and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you all today. My name is Oriel Niemek from the NIHSS, National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, and the Acting Director in the Office of the CEO. I will be briefing you today. To preserve bandwidth, I will switch video and start sharing. One moment, I just switch video.
You can continue with the teaching.
Thank you, sir. Can I confirm that everyone can see? Okay, thank you. As alluded to, we have existed for a decade, having been established through the Higher Education Act. In a nutshell, the NIHSS serves to enhance and support the humanities and social sciences in South Africa and beyond, and advise government and civil society on HSS matters. We have emerged from the seminal Charter for the Humanities and Social Sciences, as was also alluded to. Part of the vision for the Institute also includes a new humanities and social sciences that is the epicenter of scholarship, pedagogy, community practice, and social responsibility. The mission of the Institute has been to redress existing deficits and coordinate programs, projects, collaborations, and activities across the humanities and social sciences within and through existing public universities. In serving the higher education sector, the South African government as well on HSS-related matters, the Institute serves to undertake these following points and objectives. You will also note that in 2015, we started to lead the South African BRICS think tank. And in 2023, under the leadership of the interim South African BRICS think tank chair, our former CEO, Professor Sarah Moswetsa, we held a very successful 15th BRICS Academic Forum, which was also the first academic forum to be hosted after years of the pandemic. The work of the Institute is underpinned by these guiding principles, and our value creation is as follows across three things: how we achieve our mission, and now to the doctoral scholarships. Since our establishment to date, we have awarded over 751 doctoral scholarships to students across higher education institutes in South Africa, ranging across disciplines in the HSS. You will note the throughput rate of 540 doctoral graduates to date. The demographic breakdowns are also depicted on the slide. The objectives of the program are also to provide scholarships for students, strengthening a student-centered culture, and to address inequities with regards to demographic composition of our PhDs. The mentorship program is a critical program that underpins the success of our doctoral scholars, ensuring they receive the support that they need. Our mentors are emeriti and practicing professors across the higher education institutes. They play an integral role in supporting our scholars on the academic journey, convening and coordinating regional doctoral workshops across the country in a given year. To date, we have had at least 368 workshops, and we also host annually our doctoral alumni conferences, the annual National Doctoral Conference. Over the years, we have had mentors appointed and funded, and this is also mentioned. In addition to that, the NIHSS, in keeping touch with the evolving needs and realities on the ground, has developed and launched its postdoctoral fellowships program in the 2020-2021 financial year. To date, we have had 94 postdoctoral research fellows awarded across the following higher education institutes: University of Johannesburg, University of Pretoria, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Nelson Mandela University, University of the Western Cape, University of the Witwatersrand, Tshwane University of Technology, University of Cape Town, Stellenbosch University. This slide also depicts the demographic breakdown of our postdoctoral fellows. In addition to this, the NIHSS has launched its Master's Fellowships in the 2022-23 financial year. 50 scholars have been awarded across the higher education landscape. To date, there have been 10 graduates. And again, the race and gender demographic breakdown is depicted for the honorable members. Transformation takes place across multiple levels within the work of the Institute. Notable examples being the demographic profile of our doctoral pool of scholars, and another example, decolonization of curricula, as well as focusing on delivering more doctoral graduates across the landscape. Impact is important to the Institute. What you see before you are notable highlights from a plethora of outputs produced by our postgraduates who have been funded. Since 2020-21 to date, there have been 157 publications from the doctoral graduates and postdoctoral fellows alone, which is over and above their academic dissertations. I will now hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Tumelo Mokoena, to walk us through the financial aspects to the Institute. He will speak while I will share the screen. Tumelo, I will mute. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Oriel. Greeting, Honorable Chairperson. Also a greeting to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, to the DGs, DDGs, as well as the CEOs of entities. By introduction, I'm Tumelo Mokoena, the Chief Financial Officer at the NIHSS. I will take the committee through the funding model of the NIHSS. As depicted on the slide, the committee will see that we have two pots of funding. The first being the Department of Higher Education and Training, Science and Technology, which funds our operational expenses, as well as BRICS. The second pot would be from the National Skills Fund, and this predominantly is for all academic programs of the NIHSS, which is comprised into 6 pots, which is the Doctoral Schools and Scholarships Program, the National Mentorship Program, Catalytic Research Projects, Humanities Hubs, Working Groups and Professional Associations, as well as South African BRICS Tank. Chairperson, the next slide goes into the details of the actual amounts in terms of allocations. I think it's important to note that all these allocations are what has been approved by the Department of Higher Education and Training in order to fund our project expenditure. Chair, what is noted on the slide in yellow would be what has been allocated for total project funding. The committee will see that over the 9-year period, there has been fluctuations, starting with increases and towards the 18-19 slightly decreasing and again increasing. I will touch slightly on those reasons. Chair, in red would be our PhD scholarship allocations. So this is a contrast as to of the total project funding we've received, how much was allocated specifically to our PhD scholarships. Chair, again, you will note a similar trend over the financial years in terms of the allocations. Third is postdoctoral fellows allocations. With this particular program, Chair, you will note that we only started implementing postdoc fellows from the 2020-21 financial year going forward. So prior to that, you would note that there has not been any allocations there. As well, similarly with the master scholarships allocations, you will note that we implemented for the first time in the 2022-23 financial year. Chair, those from the 2020-21 financial year, the reason for us implementing in that financial year was due to the increased scope of the NHSS, which has contributed to us being able to expand and tap into the master scholarships as well as postdoc fellows. Chair, I will take the numbers as read, but you will see that from the first financial year, we started out with a 53.7 million allocation, fluctuating over the years to reach 221 million. Now, Chair, what's also important for noting on the slide is that although this is APP funding allocations, this would not necessarily be what we actually received as the NHSS. For the purpose of this presentation, we opted to approach the Auditor General's approach in terms of documenting what was approved from an APP perspective. Chair, the next slide speaks to, in terms of all the funding that we have received, what have we dispersed out to the students and universities? Again, Chair, you will note that there is a similar trend in terms of the fluctuations. On this slide, the legend does show that in yellow, we've got our PhD scholarships paid, with the peak in 2016-17 of 66 million dispersed. Last financial year, 2023, we dispersed a total of 33.4 million to our PhD scholars. In red, as already indicated, Chair, from the 2021-22 financial year, for the first time, we dispersed out 3.8 million to our postdoc fellows, followed by 5.6 million in 2022-23. For master scholarships, we paid out the total allocated funding of 5 million to our master's scholarships students. Next slide. Chair, on this slide, we speak to the financial health of the NHSS. I think what we decided to do in terms of this presentation is to highlight achievements made within the SCM. SCM meaning supply chain management. Chair, these are results that are coming from internal audits that have been conducted over the years. You will see that from the beginning of, or rather from 2016-17, our adequacy and effectiveness rate was 79% and has never been lower. Chair, you will note that in 2021-22, it's 0. Does not mean that it was not effective and adequate. It simply means that the audit of SCM was not done in the particular financial year. And the reason would be in 2020-21, we had an adequacy and effective rate of 100%. So, Chair, for us, I think it was important to bring it to this committee so that they can see the financial controls within SCM are adequate and effective and working well. Next slide. Chair, again, speaking to financial health, the committee will note that over the 9-year period from 2014-15, we have received 6 clean audits and 3 unqualified audits. In terms of our irregular expenditure, Chair, you will note that over the 5-year period from 2018-19 to 2022-23, there has not been any irregular expenditure incurred within the institute. Speaking to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, you will note that over the 5-year period, as of 2022-23, the irregular expenditure was 327,719, which translates to a 0.23% of our total expenditure. Chair, what has transpired with the irregular expenditure, the majority of it would be due to incidents of cyber crime. There has been internal investigations which have been conducted, and they do show that no staff member is responsible. It was a cybercrime incident, and these have been also audited by the Auditor General of South Africa as well as internal audit. Chair, this concludes the funding model as well as the financial health of the NHSS. With your permission, Chair, I will hand back over to Ms. Oriel Nimak to take you through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mokoena. This is our concluding slide. In looking at the highlights and the challenges, to date, the NIHSS has been successful in reaching its objectives, as these highlights demonstrate. That said, critical challenges remain in the pursuit of the mandate, vision, and goals of the Institute. Sustained funding remains an ongoing challenge for us, despite these successes and contributions to the higher education landscape. We have received operations and BRICS funding from the department since 2012-13 to date. We have received postgraduate and research projects funding by the National Skills Fund since 2015-16 to 22-23. However, no funding in the current financial year. On behalf of the NIHSS team, we thank you for your time and opportunity to provide this information.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nimak, and to the CFO. I'd like to now hand over to the next entity, which will be the NRF. Is Dr. Moshabela here? I saw you earlier on.
I am here, Chair. I think my video is not showing, but let me just thank you, Chair, and greet you warmly this morning, together with the honorable members of the committee, the honorable minister and deputy minister, the DG and DDGs, and all CEOs and board chairs who are present, and ladies and gentlemen. We really are grateful for the opportunity to share this. And as Chair, you've already indicated, this matter has been deliberated upon over several encounters with the PPT. And we have indicated several times that it is one of the biggest challenges we face at the NRF. And today we will be sharing with you some of those trends that we have observed over time in postgraduate funding and some of the interventions that we've put in place. I am here not alone, together with other board members as well as the executive. The CEO is present, Chair, together with Dr. Gugu Moche, who will be delivering the presentation. And with your permission, Chair, allow me to hand over to the CEO, Professor Nolamondo, to also give his remarks before we hand over to Dr. Moche. Thank you very much, Chair, and the committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Board, for handing over to me. And let me thank the Honorable Chairperson of the committee and all the portfolio committee members. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and all the fellow CEOs and the Chairperson of the boards of entities. I think just to start, I want to just emphasize the fact that we have a very vibrant higher education system, which has a large number of people wanting to study postgraduate qualifications. And by so doing, you then sort of have a challenge of a number of people who are applying for funding being probably way more than what we can afford. As the Minister has mentioned in the opening remarks, one has to be careful of not only looking at the funding of postgraduate from the public sector only, but also being aware of the fact that there's a whole lot of people who are funded into the postgraduate studies by the private sector. Of course, it becomes critical for all of us within the public space to have a full view of who is funding what areas and what are the numbers that they can actually take, so that you have a system that at least one can have a strong view and can direct better to then say, if we can't fund you in this form, can you actually go in this particular space? One of the other issues that we've raised for a number of years is the fact that The private sector investment in the R&D has been declining over the years, leaving the government being the largest and the biggest funder of R&D and by extension, postgraduate students in those domains of research and development. Of course, we know that the most progressive countries and economies in the world have private sector as the biggest contributor to the R&D. But more than that, we also know the fact that most of those progressive countries will spend way more than 2% to 4% of their GDP in R&D, which is something that as South Africa, we're not yet there. Of course, we have an ambition, but if you look at the latest figures, we're still sitting at about 0.62% of the GDP being our gross expenditure on R&D. So that also should serve as an indication on the challenges that we might have in terms of funding or supporting our economy through postgraduate studies and the jobs that then relate to that. So in our presentation, as the chairperson of the board has indicated, we will talk about the progress on the efforts that we've been putting to try to find additional funds or to leverage more funds to support these domains of science that need to be funded. While we very much acknowledge, and Chairperson, you've mentioned this in your opening remarks, while we acknowledge the idea of the comprehensive funding model, one has to look into a comprehensive postgraduate funding model as well, where we have to look into perhaps a coordination or better coordination of the resources to ensure that we can actually achieve much more with less. So in the presentation, we shall also share the details of the progress for this year, where we are, how many students we have funded, and we just want to highlight one thing on the onset, the fact that the proportion of the students that we fund as the NRF is very small in relation to the total number of the postgraduate students that are there in the system. You have a system that has over 150,000 students at any point in the postgraduate space, from honors, masters to PhD. But what we fund is much, much smaller than 10% of that figure. But there are there's quite a number of positives in the space. And one of the positives is that when you look historically and you look at the numbers of the students that have been funded by the NRF, they graduate quicker, the efficiency and the throughput is much higher, and they find themselves in better space. A number of them actually end up entering academia, increasing the supervisory capacity, among other things. So I think that's one thing that we are very much proud of. And also, when you look into the overall picture of transforming the system, I think the students that we fund down the line, they play a very big role in advancing the transformation of the system. One other issue in closing is the fact that we are very much aware that until the system economically grows, we'll always be having this big challenge until you start having private sector that's thriving, that's producing more products and therefore wanting more people to be employed and therefore wanting higher qualified people to be in the picture. Funding of these students might lead to a challenge that even the Minister mentioned in the beginning, where we say, look at maybe high areas of employability and so on, as opposed to just finding people who at the end of the day, they sit at home. Of course, this requires a comprehensive look, and this is something that we look at very carefully from the NRF point of view. So at the moment, we're also looking into how do we then support areas that will lead to innovation, areas that will down the line create jobs, and of course then help in absorbing the other capacity that is coming from the other students that might not be able to create jobs by very nature of their areas of focus. So without taking you further than this for now, we have the entire executive team. I want to introduce them, but we have Dr. Gugu Muche, who is the group executive responsible for digital transformation, but also she will be the leader of this presentation. Her other role is she's the acting deputy CEO for RISA, which is the function of the NRF that is responsible for funding of postgraduate students and funding of research in the main. So without further ado, Chairperson, I will ask Dr. Muche to take us through the presentation. Dr. Muche.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. First, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity and acknowledging members present, including our Minister and Deputy Minister. This presentation is intended to take you through the status of where we are in terms of postgraduate funding, but more so a reflection on how far have we gone since the implementation of the postgraduate funding policy. So very briefly, if we look at, or a question is asked, what problem are we trying, or what is the issue that we're looking at that is first serviced by the postgraduate funding policy, but also looking at what is it that should be the outcome if we're looking at postgraduate funding. And if we look at in 2013, what the ministerial guidelines on improving equity have been, you would note that there were equity that were very deliberate in terms of how do we transform the landscape for postgraduate students that we fund and that eventually graduate. So if you look at particularly the postgraduate funding policy to say, what was it intending to do, or what were the challenges that it was looking at? You will note that some of the key challenges had to do with the low progression rates from honors to masters, the time to completion at an advanced age at completion, issues around transformation, issues around bursary values and funding financially needy students, but also having some synergies with the undergraduate, postgraduate, into postgraduate pipeline that was coming from NSFAS. And with it, it came with some timelines in terms of where should we be at some particular points of the implementation. And you note that we are fast approaching the 5-year review or the 5-year mark. And at that 5-year mark, it becomes important to then reflect and say, have we achieved some of the outcomes that we thought we would achieve with the policy? But what have we seen? What can be amended? What needs to be improved? What worked? What didn't work? And very briefly, the interventions that were put in place as we operationalized the policy was, for example, that 95% will be allocated to South African citizens, that 90% and 55% will be allocated to South African Black and female students, respectively, that there must indeed be fit for purpose financial packages and so forth. And in essence, the idea was that how do we, in a very deliberate way, fund and ensure that the outcomes are there in terms of students succeeding in ways that then aligns with where we're trying to achieve as a sector. And if we're thinking a little bit to say, well, what are some of the, or what is the criteria actually for allocation? And you will note that one of the things that was put in place that is important is that there must be some way that there's some funding in an uninterrupted way for postgraduate students, meaning if you enter at honors and we want to support you to the point of PhD, there must be a mechanism for that. That in fact, one of the ways that then was looked at as part of the criteria, obviously, is the availability of the budget, but also there must be room to actually take into consideration geographical spread, institutional spread, looking at issues around disabilities, just to make sure again that we support comprehensively. But also note that academic high achievers also were taken into consideration. Indeed, with those aspirations, with those guidelines, question becomes, how have we then performed? And if you look chiefly from, say, 2017 to 2021, excuse me, if you look at that, you will note that we, to a very large extent, are getting very close to the targets for the South African Black students that we intended to fund. We are as close, even more so for South African women, for South African Black. But note then that from 2017, the number of students in total that has been funded has gone down, largely because that the packages have then increased, and hence the number of students funded has gone down. But the issue of how do we then ensure fit for purpose funding for students has then been addressed. So note that indeed the pot then hasn't increased, but the number of students has actually decreased. What this then does show, it shows the fraction that is funded by the NRF vis-a-vis the number of students that are in the sector. And now you note that, or in the system, you note that the numbers that are funded are actually smaller and very way smaller than the numbers that are in the system. What this, however, needs to say is that combined with everybody else that's doing funding students, particularly in this case, postgraduate students, we need to have then a better sense to say in total, what then is the impact of postgraduate student funding in the sector, considering other spaces that are also funding students. That will then begin to say, what kind of story can we tell about the total number of students that are actually in the system? But looking specifically at the NRMs, particularly, these are the numbers and these are the percentages of the students that are being funded. Of course, the question then becomes, yes, we're funding, are they graduating? And indeed, one can hasten to add that the graduation rates are very good because in essence, you're saying, we will give you fit for purpose funding, you should be dedicated, and these are the outcomes in terms of graduation. So the graduation rate is rather good and compelling, which makes a story to say you support students adequately, you make sure you offer dedicated resources, the outcomes become the ones that you intended to see in terms of well, are they graduating on time? Are they graduating successfully? Right. And if you say, well, can we understand the spread of the students that are funded? And what this slide is intended to do is to show that in 2021 in particular, 69% of the students, for example, were in science, engineering, and technology, and 21% in the human and social sciences. But if you delve deeper to say, what does that mean? What is the spread that you then want to see? What this then graph does, it gives you the spread. And what it says, it shows you how many in law, how many in agriculture, how many in computer and information sciences, how many in engineering, how many in mathematical sciences, and so forth. And what this is then saying is that as a country, for areas that we want to grow, for areas that we want to support, are we doing that adequately? But what this graph intends to do is to show you the spread of the students that are being supported. What this slide then says, it says, are we actually affording to support the applications that we get? And certainly not. If you look at it, for example, in 2022, we received in total 14,000 applications. And out of those, we were not able to fund at least 60% of those applications, and not because the students didn't qualify, but rather because of budget constraints. And so if you note then the numbers that are finally funded, you will then begin to see that obviously with additional resources, the issue is that it's not, are we not able to cope with the numbers that we receive, but rather the issue is with additional resources, obviously we should be able to cater for the number of students or at least the applications that we receive. In terms of spread, note that if for honors, the spread is 70% full-time study as opposed to 30%, and a doctoral is 72 to 28. So by and large, the split is around 70-30. And what this then is doing, colleagues and Madam Chair, what this does is just to then emphasize the point and show the spread, be it in citizenship and also, and this becomes important considering the dictates of the postgraduate funding policy of how we should be funding. Note that, again, what this does, it tells you the percentages and the distribution and the categories of the students who then could not be supported as a result of budgetary constraints. And if you're saying, well, maybe 2022 was an aberration, well, if you look at 2023, you start to realize that actually is a trend, that we are only able to afford funding just under 30% of the applications we receive. What this does is that one of the things that we have received or noted is that at times there's a little bit of challenges with making sure that the students, particularly at honors level, receives their funds on time. So what we have done was to then say, well, we can't just be sitting and saying, well, this is a problem year in and year out. What intervention should be in place? And what we did allocations to institutions and as block allocations, and to say that you will actually be receiving this amount of money with the stipulations on the transformation imperatives, the disciplines, and so forth, in the same criteria that we shown earlier on. And what this does is to say, where are we in terms of 2024 for approvals in terms of honors students? And what this does is for us to then say, if we note that there's a delay at institution X, we're able to have that conversation to say, institution X, can we make sure that we actually facilitate the effective funding of students? And again, this is intended to say, how do we optimally support our students in ways that they then focus on the business of the day, rather being worried on when is my funding coming? Well, what we did, or what we're doing as an RFN partnership with our colleagues at the DSI, is just to say that it is not enough then to say, well, we know that there are budgetary constraints. What are some of the things that we should be doing to ensure that we add to the number of students that we can support? And what this slide is intended to do is just to showcase some of the interventions at play that says that, yes, we note there are budgetary constraints, but how else can we ensure that we fund as many students as we can? And what this does, it shows partnerships with, for example, SASO, which comes in and say that we would want to fund students in these areas, particularly in, say, historically disadvantaged institutions. And we sit and there's an agreement to say how this will then be implemented. There's an MOU, for example, with that shows, and this is our Dutch funder partner, to show how much can be invested in funding postgraduate students. And we have, of course, the support of the National Skills Fund that also adds to the port. Right? And additionally, again, we have, for example, the Energy Mobility Education Trust, the former BP, which says this is how much we will invest, and also note the engagements with Telkom. And all these initiatives are intended to say it is not enough, again, to say we are budgetary constrained. And of course, the resources needs to be investigated to say how do we actually increase, noting the need. But also it is not enough just to sit, but rather what is it that can be done with the such interventions? What the slides then also shows is the international training opportunities that are also at play that are as a result of engagements with our international partners through the global knowledge partnerships. And what it then does, it shows you, for example, engagements or partnerships with Fulbright, with Minds, with MyTex, with DAD, with summer programs, and some of them allows students to go in for exchange programs, for some training. But the idea, again, is to say, how do we leverage all these partnerships, all these engagements to make sure that we increase the number of students that we can fund? And at this point, Madam Chair, let me pause.
Chair, that will be our presentation, and thank you very much for affording us the time together with the committee and the Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. Much appreciated.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues from the NRF. I'd like to at this point then hand over to the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, to give us the presentation on the comprehensive student funding model. Rather on the report of the ministerial task team looking into the comprehensive student funding model. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nompendulo Mkhatshwa, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, our Minister, Professor Blade Nzimande, our Deputy Minister, Mr. Butimana Mela, colleagues from the offices of both the Minister and the Deputy Minister. May I also recognize the senior officials that are here, the CEOs and chairs of entities that are in attendance. May I request that Dr. Sokiko flight the presentation as requested. And Chairperson, as we are flighting the presentation, may I also just recognize the presentations by both the NISS, the funding of postgraduate of higher education, and the NRF presentation. Somehow these presentations speak directly to the issues that we are presenting to you today. May I also indicate that we are going to, if Dr. Sokika is unable to plug in the presentation, I'm going to ask the Secretary to assist. Because where I am using equipment that cannot do it. I am also interested in the remarks that the Minister made this morning, which was about what is comprehensive about the comprehensive student funding model. I think for me that was one really big contribution by the Minister to indicate that the work of the ministerial task team has assisted us to put us on a path towards a 10-year or an implementation of a 10-year plan starting for this this year, dealing with the phase 1 of the implementation plan of the comprehensive student funding model. There are 5 key areas in the presentation. One is going to deal with constitutional provisions. The second will deal with the MTT recommendations. There are 18 of them. The model outcomes, the framework of phase 1 implementation of the plan, as well as the intended beneficiaries, to the, phase 1 of the implementation of the funding model. Allow me to start with the important reference to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa speak of freeing the potential of each person. That is fundamentally the purpose of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Our job is to free the potential of each person. And we do so through education and training. But basic education, in terms of our Constitution, is free. Everyone, in terms of Section 29 of the Constitution of the Republic, that is my first slide, would have the right to a basic education, including adult education. But at reference to the fact that Section 1B, also speaks about further education or post-school education that the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible, which therefore means the availability of post-school education is largely a product of the capacity of the state. And I think that is what is important, as a reference for this student model, so that it's understood why we have the choices that we have made. Terms of reference that were given to the ministerial task team included the outline of the current status of government financial support to students from the poor to the working class backgrounds and related funding challenges. Review of the work that had already been done to outline the policy challenges relating to the student funding in higher education and training system, as well as identifying a long-term policy challenge or change to ensure that there is a fair and sustainable policy in the long term that is most closely aligned to the high-level policy goals of our government. Additional to these terms was also to look into the short-term recommendations on possible changes to the student financial aid scheme to be implemented in the medium term or from this year going forward. The model for the cost of different policy options for presentation to cabinet, as well as identifying an appropriate sustainable funding sources for a comprehensive student funding model. These were terms of reference that were given to the MTT, the Ministerial Task Team, that began this work, immediately after the minister had appointed Professor Dose and Professor Petition. It's important as well for me at this stage to make reference to a number of, postgraduate funding, entities in government, including government departments, including provincial governments, including the, local governments, as well as, the private sector, as the minister made reference to this earlier on, to say that the comprehensive student funding model has got to, provide data on the number of students and beneficiaries from all of these sources for us to really have a picture of, whether or not the elephant is being eaten piece by piece and how far this has happened. The current definitions of those students that are not currently benefiting from in the funding regimes of our government, are also important. We have to acknowledge the highly differentiated nature, also of the missing middle that will enable a diverse, a landscape for the missing middle students. And within the missing middle, we have to acknowledge that there is a range of groupings, and funding needs and complexities, including vulnerabilities. And therefore, when we start this year with the implementation of the first phase, it is with that understanding that we cannot wait for 10 years before a solution to our students is tabled. So we table a model that still needs a lot of work that needs to be done until it is perfected at some stage. But it is important for us, as we present it to the portfolio committee, that we invite all of our stakeholders to work with us as we continue on the path of fixing, the best options for our next generations, ensuring that those who have no access to education eventually, are able to access education. A number of recommendations were made, and allow me to, share with you these recommendations by the Ministerial Task Team. First, it was that government must work towards a student financial aid model that is comprehensive and differentiated to support the students from different socioeconomic backgrounds. This would be done by drawing on a range of sources. And therefore, the first recommendation was that a 10-year plan should be developed to outline how this model will be developed and changed over a fully functioning, sustainable, affordable, and regenerative financial aid scheme. The second recommendation was that in the medium term, it will be necessary to continue with the status quo funding for the poor and the working class backgrounds, and by providing adequate funding to support the fully subsidized model, whilst a new plan is being developed and additional diverse funding sources are identified for the comprehensive model. An engagement and communication plan was recommended that had to be developed as part of the work towards a comprehensive student funding model, and an outline which would be structured such that it takes into account the needs of students, of which these would be engaged upon and given the high level of interest in the funding policy. Next slide. A comprehensive model had to incorporate a loan funding option for students in the missing middle. I think you can actually see that the announcement by the minister of the implementation of the first phase of the missing middle of the loan scheme is actually, as a result of this recommendation 4 of the Ministerial Task Team that speak to looking at existing scholarships and bursaries available to students, looking at a fully comprehensive model, and in this regard, also provide a loan component. And this proposed ideal model is supposed to be a wholesome lending scheme that draws on a range of funding sources and requires that an establishment of an independent entity to manage the loans must be considered. And I think you already know, honorable members, that our choice was that NSFAS, because it is currently an established entity of government that has a responsibility for the loan, disbursements, as well as for disbursements of grants, to take that responsibility instead of outsourcing it. But I have to indicate that in government, there is currently a conversation that government is involved in a lot of fund management schemes. If you like, you could refer to SASSA that disperses funding to more than 18 million South Africans. You look at SARS that collects taxes to the tune of close to 1 trillion rands and pay thousands of South Africans in that process, and in most cases without any errors. There are also other government departments that are involved in dispersing large sums of money, like the UIF. And in overall, as government, what we are now working on is to establish a strong institution for this particular purpose, so that it is not just located in entities aligned to each department and therefore pick up lots of errors that are there. But I will argue that these entities have a role to play even after we've established a centralized system, because the dynamics of each sector are different and they require some kind of understanding, of the sector. But this is work in progress. And I think what we are presenting today is that NSFAS has been tasked to do this, primarily because NSFAS also has a history of having managed a loan system right up to 2017. NSFAS have been, since 1999, been, managing the loan system. From the time of TEPSA, NSFAS being established, a loan system has been done. So we've got a knowledge base of officials sitting in the system that have been part and parcel of an efficient management of these entities. And I think it's important that we capitalize on them. And there is a unit that has been established at NSFAS to do this. But also NSFAS board has taken a decision that where necessary, because of incapacity that has been reported recently at NSFAS, they will work with other government departments and entities and the private sector to strengthen the capacity of NSFAS to disperse these loans without any problems. So the MTT recommendations that government should plan for the phase-in of such a model over time has become this year to us in the department. We have not prolonged the pain of our students. Instead, we have decided that even though we are not 100% ready to do this, but we will phase it in and implement the phases that we've perfected in terms of planning. The fifth recommendation was about an immediate short-term exploration of the possibility of a government guarantee for commercial bank loans. Work which I think today we might have, certain announcements by the Minister of Finance, and this would be a product of the work that Minister Nzimande and the Deputy Minister have been working on in trying to making sure that we work with Treasury, so the Treasury begins to, build some kind of confidence from the South African Banking Association and other commercial institutions, so that whatever loans they provide, they could be guaranteed by government. This would then allow for the funding of the missing middle students in particular, and the test, of such loans while other loan models are being explored, which therefore means in as much as we have introduced a loan scheme this year, and we've already, have, interesting number of students. We are targeting 31,000 students, to be, involved in this first phase, which for the next, 4 years would be funded at a tune of, 3.8 billion, a seed funding, an endowment funding, which government has drawn from its own sources, which I believe is going to inspire confidence from private funders when they see that government is not just talking about, funding the missing middle, but government is also using its own resources to put into the endowment fund. And we trust that this is solid enough to convince the private sector to partner with us, so that the pool that currently targets 31,000 continue to increase until there is no one student in South Africa who cannot access education as a result of recommendation 4 and 5. Next. Then, there are several other recommendations and alternative sources of funding for the missing middle that have been looked into. These models, and recommendations should be explored according to the MTT, such that government become part of the development of the 10-year plan, and in particular part of the working groups towards a comprehensive model, and that we have started implementing this year. The MTT recommendations also speak to the current threshold for supporting students from poor and the working backgrounds, and I think it also looks into an annual inflation-linked increase that should be built into that model, ensuring that a threshold is not eroded over time. And also, as part of the comprehensive model, these must provide support to students who fall outside of this threshold. Because it has been a worry to us that notwithstanding that the threshold due to inflation could be kept, or revised over time, but still it will keep a big number of students outside of it. And so it was important that a loan system in this regard is taken into account. The recommendation 8 speak about the role of government in exploring a more nuanced tools for the determination of financial eligibility in the context of the development of a comprehensive student financial aid model, exploring further, parts, of this work that will, lead to the development of a plan envisaged to deal with comprehensively with the problems of, our young people in the majority. Next. Then the next, set of recommendations includes a comprehensive model that needs to be put in place for students to be able to access funding for the second qualifications in key areas. As you know, there has been an issue around this matter where NRF, the NHSS, are involved in funding of the in the most of the students in this category, but as the minister has indicated earlier on, a great number of other funders in government and in the private sector existed. And therefore, in the 9th recommendation, it was that NSFAS must continue to fund, the first undergraduate qualifications, and there should be opportunities within a comprehensive model for students to follow the second qualification study routes, and then that they must also enter postgraduate studies. The 10th recommendation was a proposal that as part of the development of a new model, incentives should be explored within this model to allow for students to complete in the minimum time to obtain additional funding for honors and advanced diploma qualifications, incentives of which needs to be explored as part of a loan model to target scarce skills areas. I think this is crucial because I think in the main, many have said that the funding of NSFAS, at the tune of almost 1 million students funded this year, would be recorded as a bigger success if those are students registered in scarce skills areas. I think it's an educational argument that requires, careful consideration, as the minister has correctly indicated that in as much as STEM or STEM areas are a priority in this period we are in, given the economic needs of the country. But education or the purpose of education is bigger than just sciences, and the role of social sciences in this regard cannot be underestimated. And I think that is the point that we are making. The 11th recommendation proposes that there must be a development of a comprehensive student financial aid model that government will fund for higher education and training that should be strategically planned and coordinated in the model. This therefore means that an example that CETA funding support provided to students for work integrated learning opportunities, including bursary funding for post-school education and training, should be part of a coordinated strategy. And the same applies to other government departments providing bursary funding. This may require an establishment of the national structure for better coordinated funding system that is available in the sector as a whole. I think it is clear in the proposal for the implementation of the first phase that we've taken this recommendation very seriously. The next recommendation 12, as part of the development of the coordinated struggle, a comprehensive database of student funding opportunities in the PSET system will have to be developed, including a recommendation that a funding model for TVET colleges be changed so that tuition fees are provided to colleges through a TVET subsidy mechanism and not through NSFAS. I think some of the issues which we've picked up in the registration process this year so far, and yesterday we were engaging our war room that is working with us to making sure that we provide support to all of the post-school education and training institutions since the beginning of this academic year. And I'm quite happy to see that in this first 6 days of the opening of some of the universities and almost all colleges having already started, we are beginning to see a stable beginning of the year. I think this is a good start of the academic year, but we are not even close to the middle of that process. So it's early stages, but I think I can assure members of the portfolio committee that it's something that is receiving our full attention in this regard, and it flows from some of these recommendations that are saying, in as much as NSFAS is playing a key role in this regard, we could directly transfer tuition fees to colleges. And this will actually stabilize, enrollment processes in that regard. And it's a process that we have begun to implement as well. The current model of supporting these students with the tuition fee component of the studies in the ministerially approved programs is a matter that the MTT identified as an issue that needs to be dealt with, and we are dealing with it. Improvements have got to continue to be implemented to ensure that academic performance criteria are strongly built into this student financial aid model. When the minister presented these proposals to cabinet, one of the key inputs by cabinet was that we must strengthen the consultation process, but also we must build in the mechanism, a strong, criteria for that incentivize students to perform. And I think you have noted that in the guidelines for NSFAS, the board has approved after consultation with the minister that at least 60%, threshold must be met by students who are beneficiaries of NSFAS each year, so that each year, if you are not able to meet this threshold, you are not able to continue to benefit, from the scheme. But we are carefully, implementing this with an understanding that government also has a role to play in supporting students. I think in this regard, members of the portfolio committee are aware of our work at Higher Health. Almost every institution in this country has got a footprint of Higher Health. This is our entity ensuring that student support is not just limited to funding, but it also includes wellness-related issues. It also includes dealing with issues of gender-based violence. It also is comprehensive enough to making sure that it's a holistic package of support, instead of just, once you've funded students, you think that you have done the job. I think the work that we're doing with Higher Health is a very, very, very important input that must be referenced as we read the proposals on the comprehensive student model. 85% of jobs or of job success come from soft skills. And therefore, as a department, we have implemented a civic and soft skills program through Higher Health that is part of our support system, to our students. So when we speak about the first phase of implementation, it needs to be seen in the light of a comprehensive set of skills that will include empathy, listening, counseling, civic responsibility, conflict resolution, decision-making, digital literacy, resilience, confidence and self-motivation, teamwork, time management, and a host of lots of skills that are fundamental to success of the students. So when we speak about incentives that are embedded in the scheme, it is not to leave students to fend for themselves. We as government has also, implemented a comprehensive system through Higher Health that seek to deal with soft skills, ensuring that as we implement this comprehensive student funding model, on the other side, students are also supported. And as we were consulting with students, many of them have appreciated this and they've embraced this opportunity. And as such, there has been a smooth process for the consultation on the student guidelines by NSFAS. And I think even though that process is not complete because of new amendments that have been made recently around the loan system, you have not picked up many issues. The last couple of recommendations include the capping of the allowance levels available for student accommodation. I think it's very, very important because many critics of government around our policy on student accommodation are not based on scientifically produced and evidence-based, studies. The MTT looked into this over a period of 5 years to look at options that needs to be made available, and they made a recommendation for capping. And so our decisions for capping of student accommodation flows directly from an understanding that this is work in progress, that over the next 10 years, we're going to be working on to try and improve the levels of appropriate regulation of accommodation accreditation in this regard. We've started this year to see NSFAS developing a capacity for accreditation. They've appointed a number of private service providers to assist them whilst they develop the capacity to do so. But a strong oversight is still needed from the Department of Higher Education because already we've picked up problems in this process. And I think it's important for us as we present to you not to present a closely picture that suggests that everything is fine when actually it is not. Because in the space of student accommodation, it is clear that we have more problems coming on this in that regard. And we are working hard to support NSFAS and to work with our stakeholders in this regard. The last two recommendations speak of tuition fee increases as part of an important comprehensive funding model, and how these are implemented needs to be properly regulated. So a fee regulation framework is in the process of being finalized. I'm very happy to announce that a lot of work has been done in this regard, and because of the implementation or of the consultation process that is involved, it has taken us a little bit longer, but we are ready now to start sharing, the work that we have done, and before we implement a new fee regulation framework. What the minister has done is not to wait for this fee regulation framework. Instead, every year, the minister publishes what is called a ministerial statement. That ministerial statement ensures that before we implement a new fee regulation framework, but institutions are guided in terms of fee increases. Some people have argued that we are increasing fees. No, the fees are, the determination of fees is a role of boards and councils of institutions and not of the department. But what our minister has done is to take an initiative to making sure that they are guided to say you shall not, increase fees beyond this threshold up until a fee regulation framework guides us in a comprehensive way. The postgraduate financial aid must form part of a comprehensive model for student financial aid. And in addition, the bursaries and scholarships that are already available in the system, for example, good work that is done by NRF, the work that is out of the initiative of our own institutions, universities, as well as relevant sources, is important. So the recommendation here is that we develop a hybrid model of student financial aid to incorporate financial aid at a point of access for post-school students in financial need. In this regard, coordinate the funding that is available such that it makes a better impact. Also, we develop a set of criteria that is going to be useful, for this purpose. We are going to move a little bit quicker, but this slide begins to provide NSFAS MTF allocations, in the last number of years since 2014 up to 2025. And I think it begins to indicate that NSFAS funding continue to increase, which means the commitment of government to education every year is evident through this, financial inputs that we make to TVET colleges, to our universities, and student funding that is allocated to other students that benefit from post-school education and training programs conducted by CETAs and other, relevant sources. And what we have a responsibility to do is to making sure that the numbers that continue to increase as beneficiaries of NSFAS also are in scarce skills areas that help the economy to grow, but at the same time enriches the quality of education, such that those who exit the education and training system, are able to demonstrate skills that enriches our democracy, that supports our democracy, that supports stability in our society, that eliminates gender-based violence, that eliminates issues of wellness that we are confronted with. As a department, we are about a comprehensive set of solutions and not just just the financial package that we are presenting in the model. It has got to be seen in that way. The summary of the proposals for the MTT can be that there are three key model outcomes that are provided in summary of the 18 recommendations. One of these options is that we remain with the status quo. In other words, we preserve NSFAS as it is, but we ensure that over time, the requirements of NSFAS, and the model that they use increase substantially, given the increasing costs and the growth in student numbers. Because we were worried that, each year the demand is higher, and therefore the sustainability of NSFAS, is going to be an issue at a point where the state might not be able to fund the system. And that is why we have opted in option 2. Next slide. For example, with a hybrid scheme. Now, a hybrid scheme will include, the NSFAS type of a scheme that combines the students that whose parents earn or earnings are below the threshold that is determined by the state and revised annually or at specific intervals. That is combined with a wholesale lending model where government contributes equity and loan funding to an independent loan scheme that is able to help students to access capital markets and as well as raise funds from financial and development finance institutions from the middle, including bursaries for the low income, set of a group of students. So this is an option that is, favored by the MTT, and clearly it's an option that as a department we have taken, an option of saying it's not option 1 or option 2 alone or option 3, but it is option 2 that combines option 1 and 2. And I think depending on the split between currently, if you look at more than 42 billion over a 10-year period, would be between 93 to 196 billion, of input by government in the MTF. And I think that's a lot, of input by government. And it's a great challenge to the private sector to say, if the state does this, what is their pound of flesh? We are engaged with the private sector in this regard, and we are encouraged by many in the private sector who have raised their hands to say they want to work with the state and they want to work with government in the next 10 years to perfect the model. The next slide reflect on option 3, which is a modified status quo that has not been supported, which is more about a moderate controls that will focus on efficiencies and policy controls to reduce the funding demand over time. For example, controls like putting a pass rate, or a threshold, an N+1 threshold, inflation-linked cap. This has not been supported, but its principle have been adopted somehow in the way we have interpreted these recommendations, as I've indicated that we have inserted or embedded the model into a kind of an incentive-based model, where if, for example, in the loan scheme, you pass all subjects by more than 70%, the repayment period or the repayment would be less than 50% of the loan. This is a way of saying to students, once we give you a loan, you work hard to make sure that you pay back that loan so that we make money available to more students that are in need. And that will not happen if the success rate of students is also not looked into. And I think that is the point. The next aspect reflects on the 10-year plan. And I'm going to ask the DDG to take us further towards the conclusion of the presentation, with your permission, to just focus mainly on what is it we are doing right now. In other words, what is the current work that we are doing as we implement the student funding model? DDG, Dr. Sokekwa.
Good afternoon to all the honorable members. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, DG. Thank you. As indicated by Minister, this is not a short-term solution. It is a phased-in approach, and we've calibrated it to 10 years for now. And so in the short term, which is 2024 to 2025, we've managed to secure what we call a credit enhancement at 3.8 billion, comprising 1.5 billion from NSF, National Skills Fund, for 2024 to 2025. DG, please mute. DG, please mute. And 2.3 billion from the CETAs. That is for 2024 to 2025. And the 3.8 billion will essentially look after 47% of the missing middle, which equates to roughly 31,814 students over a 4-year period. What is the medium-term plan? As indicated by DG, we will be continuing to engage the banks as part of option 2. And NSF has already contributed 1.5 billion for 2025. We will be engaging DTIC more vigorously to access the Skills Fund, possibly through the BBBE code. We'll also continue to secure goodwill funds and, of course, repayments from students who are employed, which is required for the sustainability of the loan scheme. So, in essence, it's an income contingent loan dependent on students signing an agreement. Then indicators of success, as I've indicated, roughly, if we can increase access starting only in 2024 with 31,800, and again, possibly doubling that if we can double our funds, then we have, in our calculation, tended to almost 100% of the missing middle. But that's, of course, dependent on how much funds we can secure in the medium term. Success is proportion of graduates who complete within the minimum time and are able to secure job placements. Funding mechanism is as reported, private and public. Next slide. Well, our key partner is National Treasury, who we've been working with. Thank you, who we've been working with for some time, and they have also provided advisory role throughout the development of this scheme. And this slide really sums up what I've just shared with you. That NSFAS, as indicated by DG, is identified as the project sponsor because the legislation provides so, that they provide both bursaries and loans, but also they have the requisite license in place, a development loan license, which enables them to fulfill the needs of this project. Next slide, please. In the beginning of the year, Minister indicated that NSFAS would be delivering the front end, that is doing the filtering, identifying students, applications, and so forth. But as we've been indicating, they will have to work with banks as part of a long-term, medium to long-term solution. The department has also drawn from the expertise of our universities, who've been very generous in their knowledge and experience, and they are working closely with the NSFAS. Thus far, they were generous in their difficulties and challenges they've experienced, and so NSFAS has calibrated this data into the guidelines. Next slide, please. The National Skills Fund, may I also add, will also want to be part of the steering committee because they will be putting funds into the loan scheme. The target, it is our TVET and university students. It is undergraduate students, postgraduate, and our postgraduate students. And you've heard thus far that NSFAS has largely been attended to the undergraduate cohort, but the postgraduate students have been left without a second choice to advance their studies. The emphasis being on the STEM programs, but also including commercial subjects or management subjects, and the 30% on humanities. I've already indicated we are targeting 47% in 2024, and of course, as we accumulate more funds, we'll be able to increase the number. Students can access the loan at second year or third year or fourth year level, as long as they're able to secure the 60% pass rate. Of course, all of this is not cast in stone. 2024 is the year of trial and error as we calibrate the system. But for now, our aim is to incentivize our students to perform as best as they can. And this comes from the consultation from Labour, which also impressed on the need for students to perform to secure the loan. And then students will be supported for tuition, accommodation, and learning material. And the key incentive is that those who secure 70% or above within the prescribed time are entitled to a 50% reduction on the loan. Students, as I indicated, will be required to sign a loan agreement. And what is not present on the slide, but it's certainly something that the NSFAS has provided for, is throughout their studies, it will be interest-free. And they will be required to pay once they secure employment. Next slide, as part of managing the risk. Progress thus far, that is on the 12th, by the 12th of February, NSFAS had received 22,245 loan applications. If I recall, in their report last week, they indicated that 21,000 students have been approved for funding thus far. The closing date was 15 February, and we hope to meet again with NSFAS, and we are meeting with them regularly to ensure the success of this scheme. And establish which disciplines the students have been from which discipline students are emerging from. We are continuing to have discussions with the banks through the Banking Association of South Africa. As the department, we've signed a non-disclosure agreement, and the banks have shared requisite data, which of course must be protected, but the data is essential as an entry point to implementation of Section 70 of the PFMA. And that is a protracted period because there are different protocols we need to follow with the National Treasury, but ultimately the aim is to reach the department, the Minister of Finance, and eventually the Reserve Bank in securing the guarantee. Discussions with universities continue and they are part of the advisory panel for this loan. And NSF, that is the National Skills Fund, and the SETAs are essential partner. NSF continuing to, through the signing of an MOU with the department, constituting the steering committee, and same with the SETAs, to monitor the performance of the fund, because it is in everyone's interest that every rand in this loan scheme fulfills what it is required to do, which is enhance access for every needy student in the sector. Thank you. I think that is the last slide. Thank you for the opportunity, honorable members. I think we can end there. Thank you, DG.
We submit, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, DG. Minister, is there anything you'd like to say before I hand over to members?
No, I'm fine for now, Chair. I will come in if required during the engagement. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'd like to, at this point, thank all our colleagues for the presentations and invite members to make their comments, questions, and recommendations. As I note from members, just a few items or a few matters from my side. When the colleagues from NIHSS concluded, they mentioned that there's no funding for this year. I don't know if I heard incorrectly, but if colleagues could kindly just clarify that one matter they had raised. Sorry. And then yeah, one must welcome the growth in funding for postgraduate studies as reported by the NIHSS. If you look at slide 13, yes, there's like a slight decline in funding for PhDs, but that's to ensure that there's more funding for postdoc and more funding for masters. And I think for me, that speaks to the entire ecosystem or value chain of what we're trying to achieve, because my understanding is that, you know, it had to have more postdocs, even contributes to the amount of, you know, A-rated scientists that we want. And CEO Nelwamondo, that you know, will address some of the concerns that we have had in terms of who we are awarding some of these, you know, who we are awarding as A-rated scientists. So in terms of the makeup of our scientists and our researchers at a higher level, to be deliberate in terms of funding postdocs, to be deliberate in terms of funding masters so that there's a greater inflow into the system, I think is welcomed. Another thing, if you look at slide, and of course, I mean, funding masters also feeds into directly feeds into responding to the demand for postgraduate, to study postgraduate qualifications. And we know that the demand for masters, for honors, for masters is ever increasing. And that is one of the victories of this government, to be honest. Now, if you look at slide 14, I think I may have missed the explanation of the decline in 2020, 2021. I want to assume it was due to COVID, so colleagues can just reaffirm that. But then one has their own assumptions of why the amounts allocated and the amounts paid differ, because you would allocate maybe at the start of a 3-year qualification, and therefore, so just if you can clarify why there'd be a slight difference in terms of how many are funded at the start of a particular financial year and how many, or academic year, and how many are actually paid, just so that we have that on record. And then, do we believe that these doctorates are translating to the transformation that we want to see in terms of the composition of academia in our institutions of higher learning, in terms of heads of and leads of research in some of our entities? So are we seeing a change in terms of the makeup of the national system of innovation from this deliberate funding for postgraduate studies, in particular for postdoc, right? Then when we look at the NRF, one wanted to know if the strategic interventions that are referred to in one of the slides are planned interventions, or if they are existing interventions. And then I don't know if the NRF has done any analysis of who is funding the rest of the postgraduates or postgraduate students in the system. So if we're only funding 5% of postgraduates in the system, I think I think one of the slides shows about 15,000 or so. So who's funding the rest of them? And then this speaks for me to a database that we asked for when we initially engaged on the postgraduate funding framework some years ago. We said, go out there, consolidate a database that shows us who each department is funding for what, across government. And it doesn't seem like we're able to explain that in our slides. I mean, when you look at the comprehensive student funding model report or presentation that the DG and DDG Sotliko have just taken us through, one of the recommendations are exactly that, that we need to have a database that shows us that, look, if you're a young person studying this and that, and we are unable to, not even we are unable to, if you're a young person, ideally what it should be saying, this database, is that if you're a young person studying X, Y, and Z, this is the bursary that you can apply for from such and such a place. But also, I think for us as a government, we should be able to have a record of how many young people are we funding as government for postgraduate studies, so that we understand what our injection from an investment perspective is on postgraduate studies. And I think even from a skills development planning perspective, we should be able to account for that particular funding, because I'm assuming it's much easier for us to account as the DSI on how much we're allocating towards funding for studies. It's much easier for us as DHET to be able to account for it, but we're not the only ones who are accounting for teaching and who are funding or investing in teaching and learning within government. And I think we should be able to account for what the entire government is doing. So do we have an understanding of who could be funding this? I mean, we are accounting for about 151. Okay, let's look at 2021. 151,000 postgraduate students, and we are only funding 5.1%. So who is funding the rest of them? Okay, do we know if the funding per discipline matches our master skills plan, right? And this is something that almost correlates to a question I have later on for the department when we look at the 70-30 split, right? So it's a 70-30 split on funding between STEM and humanities programs as part of the comprehensive student funding model. What informs a decision like that to say 70% will fund STEM and 30% will fund humanities? And does it match the master's skills plan? I know we haven't concluded the master skills plan, but there are existing frameworks, existing policies that inform how we make decisions in terms of our skills need as a country, and does our funding for studies, for knowledge production and whatever, does our funding match the plans that we have as a country in terms of skills development? And then do we try and redirect the 8,455 that we've not been able to fund? Are we able to, this goes back to the question of the database, because that 8,455, definitely you probably might not be able to redirect them all, but we should be, able to say, okay, if you're in medicine, you can try and apply here. If you're in agriculture, you can try and apply here, and not only, firstly, we should have that database within government, but we should also be able to extend that database beyond government, looking into, private sector and other forms of income. And then wanted clarity when the additional funding, I think it's about 102 students from SASOL, 105 from DAAD. Is it added in the 4,898 that we fund or not? Or yeah, so is it or is it not funded in the, so that 102 and that 105, is it part of the 4,898 that we fund as the NRF? And then you do share with us the new awards from 2022. By when will you be able to share with us the new awards from 2023? I think on the comprehensive student funding model, I'll come back at a later stage. I think I've already alluded to it slightly, but I will allow members to come in, and hopefully I'll be covered by some of the members. Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable King, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Ngobo. Okay, can I note hands? So it's Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable King, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Ngobo. Okay. Honorable Shikwambana.
Sorry, Chairperson, please also note my hand. I'm unable to do the reaction now on the platform.
Okay, Honorable Chirwa. Okay. Honorable Shikwambana.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me start by commenting or also giving my comment on the presentation made by the minister as he was opening this meeting today in the morning. The minister spoke with regard to the issue of student debt, and in his explanations, he actually highlighted the fact that he feels very strong that the issue of the student debt should be dealt with, but however, he doesn't know how this issue is actually going to be dealt with. So what I want to put as a proposal is that the only way that it can assist us to deal with the student debt, minister, is that we must, in the meantime, while we're still looking for solutions on how to deal with the issue of the student debt, allow universities to actually issue the certificates and the degrees, diplomas of these students that they've withheld. Because now universities are actually operating like Bumashonisa, wherein they are not giving these students their certificates and degrees and diplomas. And we understand that for these people to go to a workplace or a corporate environment, they need to have this certificate. Maybe perhaps if they can have their certificate and then they will be able to go look for job, get the job, then they'll be able to come back and settle their debts. Because what they need most over and above is their certificates to be in their hands, is their degrees to be in their hands, so that they can be able to go look for job and get money to go and repay this debt, that which the government seems to be battling on finding solutions to resolve it. So on the NRF, Chair, at some point I had a network problem. I'm not sure whether if I've missed some points that were made, but what I want to know is that how many applications received for this academic year from students who are seeking or looking for funding from NRF, and from that, how many were actually accepted, and how many were not accepted.
Is it my net?
The funding that which is going to take. I'm asking this, Chair, because at the University of Mpumalanga, we've got a number of students who have applied for NRF, and they haven't received any response here as we speak. If the response comes, it comes in batches. 20, 30, 50 people a day, they are being responded. So we want to understand what is the delay behind a slow communication of whether students are funded or not by NRF for this academic year. So on issue of comprehensive funding model, particularly under the missing middle loan, which is actually being kicked in now, I want to suggest something that I'm totally in disagreement with this missing middle loan, because from where I'm sitting, the department and the government is trying to solve a problem by creating a problem. How and why do I say that? It is on the basis that you want to solve a funding problem for missing middle, which all of us we agree it must be resolved, but you are resolving it with a loan. You are actually indebting these students. You are actually putting these students, even before they can go and graduate and go to work, they'll go to work with a debt in their back. So I suggest, because the simple thing to be done here, or the deliberate move that the government should do, and the department and the minister that should consider, is that the only solution for funding in South Africa is free education. And the free education is the only solution that we must deliberately take as leaders of these people. And you as a minister, and also your department and the government, you should take a deliberate move and implement free education. And then the only way that you are going to get to fund all this education or this free education, expropriate land without compensation, you will have money and enough money to fund a free education. And also in the process, while you are expropriating the land, you must also nationalize the banks, mines, and the strategic sectors of the economy. And by so doing that, we are going to have enough money to fund free education, and stop these things of indebting students, and stop these things of putting students under pressure by giving them loans that which at the later stage they will have to pay. And if they graduate with this huge unemployment which we are having here in South Africa, and having a government that is not able to create jobs for our people, these people, they will graduate. After graduating, they go to, they go home and sit at home with debt, because they can't find job to come and repay these debts that which we are indebting them to. So the only solution that needs to be done here is to have free, quality, and well-resourced education that should be funded by expropriation of land without compensation, nationalization of mines, bank, and all strategic sectors of the economy. Then we'll be having a solution for all these problems that we are having for our students. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable King.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and everyone on the platform. Chair, your indulgence, please. I'm not putting on my camera. I'm stuck in Acacia, as you know. Okay, Chair, you've literally covered me with your sentiments with regards to the previous slides, besides the comprehensive funding model. So literally, you've actually covered most of the points I wanted to raise. But it also is interesting to note, Chairperson, how funding is so much needed if you consider the dwindling of funding that's going towards honors, masters, and doctoral students in the system. And that in a way, the comprehensive funding model is trying to address that financial shortfall that is occurring within that within the post-graduate system. Chairperson, coming back to the comprehensive funding model and the ministerial task team report, I must say, Chair, everything I read on this thing is basically taken out of the blue book of the Democratic Alliance. And I'm saying that lightly because since 2021, I've been calling for DIET to look at the system where there is one platform for application with alternative avenues of funding, not only NSFAS, but various other funding, which they can then apply all at once at to various bursaries and scholarships available to them. I see it is partly covered within the MTT report, but the system is that they are looking at a database where they should have actually looked at an alternative ICT system to ensure that all of these funding modes are on this one particular platform. Because now we find students that only consider NSFAS as funding, and they're actually not aware of the other avenues of funding available to them. I'm also very much enlightened to see that the model is looking at income contingent loans. Again, it's something that we've been saying. The sustainability of student funding is very precarious. And we also said then, in order to make sure the fund is sustainable for students, that it should be re-looked at, especially when we consider the Hare Commission's report that was delivered in 2016, that we should have reverted back to an income contingent loan. We have just yesterday saw the labor force index, which indicated to us that the unemployment rate is rising, which basically means our tax base is decreasing. So obviously there won't be enough funding to cover a bursary system in its current form over a long period of time. And when you consider the loan scheme that is being brought in, Chairperson, my concern is that we are running two parallel systems, which one of them will ultimately collapse. We do not even have eligibility criteria at the moment for the loan system. So I would like to understand what type of loan agreement was signed with these students in terms of the period of repayment, the interest rate. It is also nice to see, again from the DA's book, that it is mentioned that the loan will be repayable only when a sustainable income level is reached by the students once they work. Then that will be paid, which is also commendable that the DA's Blue Book was looked at. Chair, what I do not agree with is that funds, already we see government employees being overburdened in the missing middle, paying for the students. We already see that the hard-earned tax, their children do not even qualify them to fit into a bursary system of NSFAS. And now we are messing around with the pension funds, looking at that avenue in order to sustain student funding. I, in my view, would say that is a dangerous avenue to go at, to mess around with civil servants or government employees' pension funds through the CIP. And that is scary for me, that we are even considering that option, Chairperson. With the accommodation cap, Chair, I'm clear it must be scrapped. We cannot have a cap on accommodation if we consider
in various areas, the accommodation cap is way above the amount being mentioned or offered by NSFAS. It is also limiting spaces for various students because private accommodation, service accommodation providers might not feel inclined to offer accommodation to NSFAS students should it not be at the level that they require. We also see now with the accreditation agencies, and we have been contacted by various of these agencies, that has still since last year, March, not received any form of payment from NSFAS. Already NSFAS is going beyond the 30-day payment period to settle their outstanding creditors book. So already we've seen that is happening, and those small businesses are going under because they've done the accreditation and now they're being shortchanged. So that is one thing that I say should really be re-looked at in terms of recommendation 16, because it's definitely not suitable. Then, Chair, there was also mention made, I'm just going through the slide, option 2, the hybrid scheme, where it says wholesale lending. Government contributes equity and loan funding to an independent loan scheme, able to access capital markets and raise funds from financial and development finance institutions for missing middle and bursaries for the low income. My concern with this is, Chair, already we've seen the direct payment service providers giving us headaches, and there was some colluding with those contracts. Are we now proposing that we set up another company or a bank or whatever to run the loan scheme, or will oversee the loan scheme besides NSFAS? Or what are we actually mentioning here? Because I'm already checking this out, and I can guarantee in a few months' time, we'll be told that there is a task team. If not a task team, we'll be told that we are putting out a tender for people to manage the system, already taking funds away from students. So over the past few years with this new board, we've seen all these small tenders going to family and friends and comrades, and it's literally eating in the budget that should have gone towards perfecting the system and towards ensuring that students receive adequate funding. I'm also interested to find out, now that you are considering working with institutions and with certain banks, what is the progress on devolving the services of NSFAS, who will then be easier to work with now that you're working with two parallel systems in the main? So that's all from my side, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Sibia. Honorable Sibia. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, my question is on the comprehensive funding model. So I see that there's no mention of CET college sector, which also forms part of the post-schooling education. So I just want to understand, why is the comprehensive funding model not including this sector? And if the department is also working on another funding model for this sector. On the NRF and NIHSS, I just want to understand what will be the impact of the budget cut on both, and which programs do they think will be severely affected by this budget cut. And also on both the NIHSS and NRF, I just want to check if they are able to prevent double dipping, where they do not end up funding the same student the same period, and if they are able to pick up that double dipping. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Chirwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I want to ask particularly on issues relating to to NRF. I'm so sorry, to the NRF. And I think some of the members touched on it, and I apologize for reiterating some of the sentiments. But on the response delays, I want to find out what is the cause behind that, and how this will be resolved, and by when it will be resolved, to ensure that communication trail systems are working and efficient and time responsive. And second to that, I want to find out how many students are currently funded. I missed that in the presentation. How many are rejected in the applications that you receive, and how many in the numeric sense, how many will be affected by the cuts? And on the issue of the missing middle, this thing of the loan funding model scheme is unsettling. And an example of why this is unsettling is there's an understanding that households who earn below 600K do not afford higher education. If we're cognizant of the economic scale and the economic environment that this country finds itself in, and the people in the missing middle are primarily a problem because of that particular issue. And now to then bring on a loan funding scheme on top of that circumstance is really setting people up for failure, especially looking at where we might be going towards as a country if things remain as they are. The household income of members of parliament, for example, is much higher than the missing middle that is given as the cohort that will be receiving these loans, right? And we get funded for educational purposes. I disagree with the loan system, and I think with NSFAS and the developments over the past years, with it having been a loan and the failure of repayment and all those issues that came up with NSFAS is really evidence that it should have never been a loan to begin with, and that there was an opportunity for sustainability without it being a loan. And the same understanding should be applied with funding the missing middle. The minister must work towards ensuring that the loan system is eradicated in higher education and eventually on a systematic level across the board. That should be the priority of the minister in relation to higher education and funding the higher education system, right? I do not think the minister has applied himself with this being a priority, as it would have been evident in outcomes of funding of the missing middle and the narrative or the discourse surrounding the funding of the missing middle. So instead of saying you're providing a repayment of loan scheme as a funding model, the minister would be advocating for things like curbing of illicit financial flows that erode the tax base, or advocating for the increase of corporate income tax. And these aren't conversations that are being had in the department. These aren't what is being advocated in relation to ensuring that we secure funding for higher education. And that is my primary issue. And I think the minister should redirect his energies into moving away from having the same people that are crying about poverty and inability to pay for higher education to being creative of how they must pay for higher education. It's defeating the point of why we're having these conversations, of why we are moving in the direction we're supposed to be moving in higher education. If you're going to be creative about locking the very same people who want to take out of debt, the very same people who want to take out of poverty, and issues that arise after being graduates, arise with unemployment and all of those things, and still locking them in a loan scheme, it really does defeat the purpose of why we should be leading the department in the direction it should be going. And I think you should really introspect on this particular issue without being defensive about it, and look for other creative ways around what the department can advocate for, despite being creative about making young people of this country to pay back loans for accessing education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chirwa. Honorable Litie.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, sir, we can hear you and we can see you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Let's welcome all the presentations, including the opening of the minister. I think generally we have, because we're in a season of campaigning, we tend to listen selectively to some of the things that have been said here. I heard correctly earlier on, both from the minister and the DG, when they spoke about this comprehensive funding model, and what would have led to a decision to say, let's look at initially the loan scheme and possibly moving forward, given other factors that are affecting this thing. We can look at other ways. They were very clear, Chair, that I mean, we all know that our economy in this country has not really grown. And that is why we have a lot of budget cuts everywhere. It's not because the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Higher Education would not have wanted to get more money on education. I mean, this organization that have sent me here in Parliament, the ANC, has made education an apex priority. And you can see it from basic education to higher education. I mean, those are the most or highly funded departments by this government that we are leading today. But we must not, but you know, I think I understand sometimes because of the era we're in, we do have, you know, we do get a temptation sometimes to try and campaign instead of dealing with the real issues. That is the first point I think I wanted to make. The second point, let's thank the minister for, this is the first year that we're implementing this comprehensive funding model with a hybrid version of loan and bursaries. I think we all know that it is likely to get some challenges here and there because it's the first time that it's been rolled out. Hopefully next year, the teething problems we're going to find this year, DG and minister, would fix them towards next year. So there are others that are, honestly speaking, just will be wasting Parliament's time if we were to try and resolve them. Minister, I hope I've thank you for bringing this up, the issue of the missing million. Maybe just to get an understanding, when you looked at the Stats SA numbers, when you look at those who would have applied for NSFAS but were rejected because they were between 350 and 600, how many students, plus minus, give or take, are there in that category? As compared to how many are we able to fund this year with the money from the CITAS and the NSF? So what is the correlation between those two numbers? The numbers, because I don't think we can just put a figure, say, for the missing middle, we're going to put aside 10 billion without knowing how many kids are in that category. So if you can just answer that part so that we're able to see that indeed you were scientific in putting a number there. It was just not a number that in Pupe 5,000 and then Uchinongzo fund the 5,000 missing middle kids. So that is one I think we need to speak on. The issue of the 1.5 billion and the 2.3 billion from the SETAs, which makes it 3.8 billion available for funding academic activities of these kids. Where does this 1.5 billion from NSF come from? Does it come from their 2023-2024 budget, or it comes from their reserves? And where does the 2.3 billion from the SETAs come from? Does it come from their reserves, or it comes from their budget? Why am I asking this? Last week we had a meeting where we were supposed to deal with the annual report of NSFAS. And then we sent it back because apart from it being poorly written, it also did not make sense because somewhere when they are supposed to account for the plans that they had in the programs, they even claim that halfway through the year they changed their plans, which I still think it's illegal. I'm asking this question to the department for NRF and SETAs, because if the money that they are getting, this 3.8 billion, comes from the programs that they had planned, then it means their annual report as well will be affected, because they will then come and say, we had to take 300 million as X, Y, and Z SETA to NSFAS for the missing middle funding, and therefore we had to abandon doing program X as it was outlined on the APP. So that's where I'm coming from. So I need you to, I hope I'm making sense. I hope you can understand what I'm asking there. Where does this come from? Secondly, Minister, there's like you mentioned again, eloquently so with in your opening, that municipalities, provinces, different departments have got their own bursaries. I mean, even in us in Gauteng, we've got what we call GCRA. So we've got a number of bursaries that are on offer. How do we track? Because these kids, they don't only apply in one bursary. They apply there, they apply to bank SETA, they apply to services SETA, they apply to MER SETA, they apply to many SETAs. And how do we then prevent double dipping? How do we know which SETA has been paying for who on time? Sorry. If you remember, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, we made a suggestion that the National Skills Fund, in our view, is better placed to deal with this system that we propose that they create. It can be a bursary system where if LG SETA has 20 kids that they are funding, we make it a point that they submit this information to National Skills Fund. And as National Skills Fund, or they don't even submit manual, but National Skills Fund create a portal or an app where it's a bursary scheme for higher education, science and innovation, where everybody else in the ecosystem who fund anybody, they then submit the details on this system. And then if there is a duplicate of an ID, the system quickly identifies that and then and informs if it's two SETAs, the two SETAs that both of you are committing to fund this one child. Maybe let's allow services SETA to fund them and MER SETA fund somebody else. So we have, I hope they are taking that up, because some of them are doing it with the bursaries and NSFAS as well. So it becomes a one-stop shop monitoring and evaluation tool of the department on the issue of student funding. So I hope that makes sense. But the question is, I doubt, Minister, that we have a system now that can stop the double dipping. So that's why we have suggested that part. So this money is that NSF and NSFAS and CITAS are supposed to send to NSFAS for funding of this, the 3.8 billion. Firstly, what was the response of this CITAS and NSF to you when you asked them to do this thing? And has this money been allocated already to NSFAS, or they're still to allocate it? And if they're still to allocate it, how long, how far are they before they do so? The AG has indicated to us that in total, the CITAS have got a surplus reserves amounting to about 12 billion rands. So is this 2.3 billion that is supposed to go to NSFAS from CITAS? Does it come from this, or where does it come from? And maybe on the loan scheme, maybe let's ask, what is our, I know on short term, it makes perfect sense that you had to bring something now so that these kids stop suffering immediately. But what is the long-term plans, Minister? Do we seek to sustain it as a loan, or do we want it at some point push it to a bursary, like a full NSFAS? Yeah, so, but lastly, at least every day, Chairperson, that passes, people continue to expose their views about this brilliant scheme called NSFAS. I'm sure people can hear that there are those who are calling for the total overhaul of how NSFAS operates, which is to fund the poor and children of the working class. They wanted to fund everybody, including my child who's at university, by the way, including the child of ministers, including, as long as they can pass well and get admitted at universities. Others are saying, let them go there, irrespective of the resources
Honorable Latrines,
that they would have received, the children of the poor and the working class. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think they're dealing with my network now.
Okay, but you're covered?
Yeah, I was just saying that political parties are exposing themselves, that they don't want the children from the poor and the working class to be prioritized on this thing. I hope my questions were heard, though. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Latrines. Thank you to all honorable members for your comments, questions, and recommendations. Lastly, on my side, in relation to the comprehensive student funding model, my understanding is that the governing party has resolved on the gradual realization towards free education for the poor and the missing middle, right? With an appreciation of the fact that the state of our economy may not afford us the opportunity to immediately implement free education for the poor and the missing middle, but that we could work towards the gradual realization thereof. And what I mean, the the ministerial task team report sort of alludes to a 10-year plan. It acknowledges the fact that there needs to be continuous reviewing of how we ensure access to education for various cohorts of students, in fact, or students from different socioeconomic backgrounds. And so one would like to be brought into confidence if this ministerial task team worked with that understanding that we are working towards the gradual realization of free education for the poor and the missing middle. It was that in the mind of the ministerial task team when it did its work. And I mean, when we looked at our economic realities and what we're able to do and not do at this point in time, was there any type of projection? I think Honorable Itzia sort of alluded to this. Was there any projection of when we could realize free education for the poor and the missing middle? I think there are difficult questions like what is the missing middle and what is the poor? I mean, Minister, I know you have used that even the term missing middle is to some extent a bit problematic, but we know who we're talking about, right? We're talking about young people who in the past were too poor to afford the old NSFAS. Sorry, were not rich enough to pay for themselves, but also did not, were not rich enough to pay for themselves, but also were not in a situation where they could be accommodated by the then NSFAS. And then we had NSFAS being moved into a bursary, and now essentially we've created the then NSFAS for the cohort that would not have qualified in the past, right? And yeah, so that's what we've done. But what is the 10-year plan? What is the long-term goal? What does the gradual realization of the attainment of free education for the poor and the missing middle look like? Have we discussed, did the MTT discuss what these socioeconomic brackets are? I mean, I appreciate the fact that the recommendations also allude to the fact, I just can't see which recommendation it is, but the recommendations allude to the fact that there needs to be a reviewing of these brackets in line with inflation and so forth. So SALS and SASCO, for example, have said since, I think since 2020, if I'm not mistaken, if not 2019, that we should be this current cohort that falls within the bursary scheme, right? So this cohort that is those from within the bracket from under 350,000 Rand. SARS and SASCO were already in 2019 calling for that bracket to be increased to 600, right? And they were saying young people in the bracket, young people in a bracket 600,000 Rand and below should be covered in the NSFAS of last year, the bursary scheme, because there's now an additional element to NSFAS. That's what SASCO and SARS were saying. So has the MTT been able to look into those recommendations? Because my assumption is that we don't work from a premise of ourselves, but when we do work, we are representing various cohorts of people that influence us even forming what you would call a ministerial task team, right? So and I know that part of the people that you went back to consult with when I think Cabinet sent the report back is the student populace, and one would really want to know how they are feeling about this model as it's currently presented. So what, I guess the real question is, well, there is definitely an acknowledgement of the need for an intervention at this point in time, but also an appreciation of what students have been calling for, right, for the past couple of years. and also an appreciation of the strides that we've made from having NSFAS the loan scheme to NSFAS the bursary scheme, and to adding another component of NSFAS the loan, but for a cohort that would not have been catered for in the past. So there's an acknowledgement of that growth that has taken place, but there is also this matter that we must consider of what the call has been, what the resolutions of the governing party have been, and therefore, I guess what needs to be done now is to give an understanding of whether or not some of these matters were considered in the deliberations of the task team, and what the future then looks like. What is the planning within the next 10 years to possibly reach the point of the realization of free education for the poor and the missing middle, which goes with a lot of other questions as I've articulated. What is the missing middle? Will the bracket change? I mean, in 10 years' time, these brackets that we're using, 350, 600, they definitely would have changed by then, right? And so what I guess the question is what conversations and what was coming out of the work of the ministerial task team to answer some of these difficult questions. I've already asked the question on the 70-30 split and what informs that, if it's aligned to our skills planning for the country. I think one of the members, if not Honorable Letsie, would have covered the issue around, and I think other members like Honorable Manganiso referred to this in the previous committee meeting we had last week with NSFAS, on the capacity for NSFAS to administer this additional mandate, right? And it's a genuine concern because we know that we've had administrative challenges with NSFAS as it stands. And so will they have the capacity, and I think, Minister, here, you know, the role of the department, and I know we don't want to encroach. I know you've put in place a board for them to uphold the accountability ecosystem in the absence of yourself, in the absence of the committee, in the absence of the AG, right? And so that they should be ensuring that the plans that we've put in place are being well implemented. But we've not been brought into confidence that really, without us sitting on the neck of NSFAS, things can be done within time. I think the biggest issue is within time, it's efficiency. So the concerns around the capacity for NSFAS to administer this additional mandate are genuine. And I think we really need to bring one another into confidence in relation to that. Lastly, I'd like to bring it to the attention of colleagues that how we've put the recommendations on the presentation and how they are written in the actual report is a bit different. And I think, you know, in future, if you're going to be presenting it to other stakeholders, that can create some confusion. I've been trying to find where the disjuncture is. So what's appearing on the actual report as recommendation 13 and what's appearing on the presentation as recommendation 13, it's not the same recommendation. And I think from a presentation perspective, that's a bit problematic. I was even actually trying to see if some of the recommendations were split, but I haven't had enough time to go item by item, but please just note that. And there were too many errors actually on the presentation, which is something I think must just be fixed because these are official documents that we submit to Parliament and that are archived by Parliament. So let's please make sure that they are properly written. Then, I mean, what brought this to my attention is because I was trying to see on the presentation on slide, can't remember what recommendation this is now, but the recommendation that speaks about better coordinating work with state agencies, including SARS and SASA and so forth, so that we can administer NSFAS more succinctly. It doesn't refer to Home Affairs, right? So I would have recommended that we even highlight Home Affairs. So when I went to look at the actual report, it doesn't match the recommendation number. But yeah, so just to make that emphasis that even with Home Affairs, SASA, SARS, I don't know who else, I mean, I think we should be expanding some of the state agencies that could be assisting us to better roll out NSFAS. I mean, what can we leverage from the Department of Communications, from GCIS, and so forth? So I guess it's covered under the broader bracket of state agencies. But yeah, I think that's about it from my side. Thank you, honorable members, for your comments and questions. It's now 12:27. I'm going to hand over to the NIHSS. It's been dribbling us the whole day. The NIHSS, a few questions to yourselves, not much. Please, let's be considerate of the fact that Minister would like to be out of the meeting by 1. So if we can be short and succinct, if there's anything, there are some questions where I think even to NRF, I even, for example, asked quite a lot of data, and I see is it Dr. Green or Mr. Green? I always get so anxious when I'm working with colleagues from the sector, because then there's doctors and then you say Mr., then people get upset. I'm just going to say Mr. Green for now. But
Ufundiwe la kwa-higher education, Chair.
lalela Minister, kuningi abantu baphatheka kabi mase babiza Mr. But kumele uloku check i-agenda ukuthi u-Mr. uwu-prof uba. But yes, I'm gonna say Mr. Green for now because I've got too many slides that are open. But yes, we see the document that you've shared in the chat with additional stats and information. That is duly noted in the Dr. Green. There we go. I was waiting for that. I knew it. So that information is welcomed. In the future, please do just email it to us. We try and avoid people commenting too much in the chat. Sometimes the wrong comments appear on the chat. So in the future, just email it to us. But thank you so much for that information. So yes, colleagues, if there's any data that you need to give to us in particular, just commit to it and then send it to us in writing, because we know that you might not be able to break it down in the meeting. But yes, it's 12:30, and let's try and make sure that we conclude by 1 o'clock. Over to you, Ms. Nimek.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will handle 2 aspects and then hand over to our CFO. One moment. So with regard to transformation, indeed, we are seeing a change across the NSI. There is transformation taking place. With research we've done showing where our alumni are based, I can tell you that 66% from a survey responded that they were employed at universities, 6% in the private sector, 9% across government, and 3% were employed in NGOs. With regard to the honourable member's query regarding the concern about double dipping, do note that NIHS's contracts with our scholars are specific on this, and the universities, the respective universities, also set limits on this based on their own respective policies. However, we also note that students have also expressed concerns on the limited number of scholarships and also the amount dispersed, given their own historical backgrounds. I will now hand over to our CFO. Thank you, Tumi.
Thank you, Oriel. Through you, Honorable Chair, if I may, just in response to the question, just quickly share our presentation, just to put everything into context. Chair, the first question is around the no funding received for 2023-24. Chair, I think with this particular aspect, I'd like to highlight or just refer back to our funding model, that indeed we receive 2 pots of funding. Operations and bricks is from Department of Higher Education and Training, and projects would be from the National Skills Fund. Chair, we can confirm that for 2023-24, we received the quarterly tranches from DHET. So the operational funding and BRICS has been duly received. The only outstanding expect would be from NSF to fund our projects, our scholarships, our mentors, and the 6 buckets that I spoke of earlier. Chair, indeed, it is a bit of concern, meaning that around 300 students would be affected, but also in just giving a bit of comfort to the committees to say we are resolving this issue with DHET, and there has been ongoing discussions, and the aim is to resolve, Chair. Chair, I'll move on to the second question around slide 14. Chair, in answering your question on slide 14, relating to the decline in the 2020-21 financial year in our PhD amounts paid. Chair, if I refer you to slide 13, as well as the committee to slide 13, firstly, Chair, let me comment to say that COVID did not have a significant impact on our students, in that the NHSS did respond to putting interventions in place where we assisted students with data, for instance, to be able to continue their studies. Chair, the main reason for the dip would actually be twofold. If I refer the members to the 2017-18 financial year, you would note that our total funding reduced from 128 million and started declining from that particular financial year. Chair, the main reason for this would be we did receive a directive from NSF that indeed there were financial constraints, and in that year we received budget cuts. The total impact was around 35 million, which we had to revise our APPN numbers. So that's part of the reason for why the members would be seeing that particular decline, because it rolled over into subsequent financial years. The second reason as well, Chair, is that particularly in the 2020-21 financial year, our funding agreement with the NSF was delayed a bit in concluding and signing that, which was done just subsequent to year end. So in that instance, Chair, we could not pay out in time. However, we had to make arrangements so that we commit those particular funds. So, Chair, those are the 2 main reasons for why we're seeing that dip in that financial year. Chair, your third question is around why would there be a difference between what is allocated and what is paid. Chair, I think we did touch on it in my presentation slightly to say what we're seeing as an allocation is what would be approved from an APP perspective. Because of what I call the 2 funding or 2-pot system, which I'm not sure is the correct terminology, but subsequent to when the APP is approved, then we engage into a second process of securing the funding for projects with the NSF. So in the substance, Chair, the APP is approved subject to availability of funding from the NSF. So, Chair, you do find that the amount approved as the APP unfortunately cannot be matched totally by the NSF. Hence, you would see a difference in what is allocated versus what is paid to us, Chair. Chair, moving on to the question from Honorable Ngobo around budget cuts and which programs will be affected. Chair, I think I also touched on that specifically to say, in relation to the NHSS, I think predominantly it would be 300 students that you are looking at, which would potentially be compromised. However, as had happened also in 2017-18, is in instances where there are budget cuts, We also look into our other programs like your humanities hubs, your working groups, and reallocate possibly from those particular programs. Thank you, Chair. I think that covers all the questions raised by the committee. I will hand back over to you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'd like to hand over to the NRF.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to also just try and be brief in the interest of time. On your first question, Chair, of the interventions that we presented, these are existing interventions, Chair. We do have another category of planned interventions that are under discussion and negotiation. And one of the major ones is also led by the Minister, the Honorable Minister and DSI, and looking specifically at issues of skills and National Skills Fund. And it also speaks to your question about any attempts or effort to link the funding to the Skills Master Plan. And colleagues can elaborate on this, but we have also done our own analysis at the NRF in the preparation for this project that we're working on with the Minister in order to tap into the National Skills Fund to identify those specific areas that the NRF can fund through the National Skills Fund. And that work, there is a report that it can be made available once it has been processed, and colleagues can elaborate on that one. But I'll ask the CEO and team to speak to the issue of the database and redirecting students, except to say that the funding model, as colleagues from the NHS have indicated, is a collaboration between the NRF and the institutions as well. So there's a whole lot of internal institutional processes that have to be completed, and a lot of support and redirection that happens at an institutional level, not so much at the NRF level. But the institution then liaises with the NRF, where we are able to then provide feedback. And linking that to the question from Honorable Chira about students, how they apply and who's funded, who's rejected, I think that colleagues can give you the specific numbers. In general, we are saying that for the past couple of years, only 35% of those that deserve to be funded or qualify to be funded are funded. But the actual number of the ones that are actually rejected is very small, because there's a lot of screening that happens at institutional level before applications come to us at the NRF. But it is important that for those that qualify for funding, but they're not funded, which on our end, it's about 65%, that we either find alternative mechanisms through the NRF and intervene there, or we work with institutions to make sure that they are redirected elsewhere. The last one I want to comment on, Chair, is the issue of the budget cuts, and I think both Honorable Ngobo and Chira also mentioned this. And it relates to the question from Honorable Litsi about the impact on the annual plan and the report. We have a process that when we receive these mandates as the NRF from DSI, we process them. They would come having specified where the cuts should happen. We process them, match them to our annual plan. We match them to our budget and to our indicators. Then we try and find better ways of managing the cuts from within our plan and our resources and budget. And oftentimes we restructure the proposal from DSI and go back to DSI with a proposal for how it can be better structured so that it can have the most minimum impact on the deliverables of the NRF. And that process is often managed through the executive and the officials at the DSI. And once it's been reviewed, then it comes to the board for us to approve. Yes, it always does come with cuts, and we have to either reduce targets for the annual plan or reduce numbers in some places, but the effort that we make is to make sure that that is minimum. And then I think also if specific numbers for that are needed, that can also be provided. Chair, allow me to hand over to the CEO and the executive for any specific responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. Maybe just as a starting point, I just want to acknowledge the support that we always receive from the DSI and from the Minister. And this is a point that the Chair of the Board just touched on. One being that the Minister has always been a good ambassador for getting more funds for funding postgraduate students. And that we really acknowledge. And this is what culminated to the President announcing last year the Presidential PhD Initiative during the Science Forum, which is also an additional pot of funding towards PhD students that are needy. So I think that is a very good component. In terms of the interventions, as the Chair of the Board has already mentioned, these are current ones, but we always try to hinge this on the good governance that we have in the organization, where we approach stakeholders and we say, look at how well we've been managing ourselves. Look at the clean audits that we've been receiving over the last several years consistently. And we are a best entity to then invest through us into the higher education system. And that's what we do. So the interventions that you see there are what are current, but with a number of them in the pipeline. Just to answer a few of the questions that were raised by honorable members, let me answer the one on the slow communication of the outcome very briefly. So the outcome is, and I think this is also linked to what Honorable Litia mentioned, that students generally will actually apply to a number of entities at the same time. So as opposed to rejecting very quickly, what we then do is that we then say, let's wait until somebody shows that they're taking this bursary or not. And if they're not taking, and they indicate to us that they're not taking the funding, then we can go to the next person in line. And this is on the basis that at a particular point that we give an offer, some offers get accepted because somebody doesn't have any other offer somewhere else, or later on they get another offer and they feel like the offer that they got is better, and therefore they then turn down ours. When they do that, we then sort of go into the next phase. We might find a way of managing it better, but this sort of affects communication because we then slow the communication to say, let's look at what is the take-up of all these offers that we've given. Without further ado, I want to ask the CFO to just talk briefly on the budget cut, and then I will ask Dr. Muche to then cover the aspects that relate to the exact numbers, who is funding the rest of the PhDs, to know in terms of the database, and she will also share the numbers that related to what Honorable Chiro asked, and by and large, the remainder of the questions, I think you will answer them, including the question on how many people applied, how many were rejected, and so on. She has the specifics very briefly. So, Dr. Muche.
Afternoon, CEO. I thought you said CFO first. Let me go, and then
yes, yourself first, then Muche. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and afternoon, Chairperson and honourable members. I will just give some specifics around the budget cuts. Our chairperson has covered the process that we embarked on in the NRF to process the budget cuts. In reality, Chair and members, the NRF was not spared in the budget cuts. The figure that was passed on to the NRF amounts to 354 million rand, which was a budget cut of 13.7%. How we applied that budget cut across the NRF, we really introspected and looked at areas where we could absorb them. The first area that impacts the budget is the parliamentary grant of the NRF, which in essence covers our operations of the organizations and the running of our national facilities that is spread across the country. That amounted to 60 million rand, and this is the realigned figure that the chairperson of our board mentioned earlier on. The next area that we had to absorb the cuts is obviously in human capacity development, and that figure amounts to 226 million rand, broken down into 113 million rand that is going to impact student funding. Of the 226 million rand, a further 42 million rand will impact researchers, both early and established researchers, and another 66 million rand will affect the South African Research Chairs Initiative, or the SACHIs. The next key area or program that is affected is a science missions contract by 43 million rand, and that affects largely the Marine Antarctic, the Coelacanth program and Global Change program. And then there is two other small amounts, the square kilometer array by 18 million rand, which I believe could be absorbed through interest, etc. And then some allocation of about 4 million rand towards infrastructure programs in the NRF. Chairperson, whilst the board and management have interrogated and tried to absorb the cuts, which we understand, affects government or is across government, we also then introspected on how we bridge that gap. And if you recall Dr. Moshe's slides, when she put it up, she listed various initiatives amongst those being SASOL, etc. And those are some of the initiatives that we've embarked on in trying to close the gap and make sure that the cuts are not as impactful or doesn't hurt the system as much as it could have. So, Chair, I'll stop there. I think I've covered the key areas being baseline NRF, the human capacity development, science missions, and then there's some infrastructure areas that the cuts that actually affected us. Thank you, Chair, and back to Dr. Moshe.
Thank you, CFO, and thank you, Mr. CEO and our chair of the board. In terms of, and maybe let me start with University of Mpumalanga in particular, to say what has been the delay, and there were colleagues who have been waiting for the outcome. And maybe start there, just take the colleagues in confidence a little bit and take them back and say that two processes that we have followed this year, noting the delays we encountered last year. And those two processes were, we ensured that this time, by the end of December, we would have announced, or we should have announced, the outcomes for master's and doctoral applications. And specifically, if one has to make reference to University of Mpumalanga, we received 82 and 35 were approved for masters, and we received 17 applications and 8 were approved for PhD. And the outcomes were communicated last year to the institution and on our website. And at times we also make use of social media for these outcomes. Honors, you will recall, Madam Chair, that I flighted a slide that showed the status of applications for honors. And the intention for that is that we have drastically moved away from the way we were doing this, largely because of the delays we were encountering. And what that slide showed is where the applications are in currently, as we said. And you will note that there are some which are with us, and for University of Mpumalanga in particular, we received your response for honors towards the end of last week. And you will note that what we have put there is that at most there's a weekly turnaround in terms of what we get from institutions. And what we have done, we have actually made a block allocations to institutions. And what they do, they come to us with these are the students that we are funding, and the funds are released accordingly. In terms of how many applications we then received, note that the allocations that we have reserved for honors were 2,532. And at this point, we're still waiting for, as per a slide that one showed, for the other institutions to come so that we can make all the data available for that. But for masters, extension doctoral, and doctoral, from institutions, we received around 5,579. And in total, when you combine with the honors allocations, it's about 4,392, which constitutes the new awards, which is then consistent with what we have seen in the past few years of 33% supported in terms of what we get. I think the chair has spoken to quite a bit of some of the questions that were asked. And specifically with the reallocations, I think also the CEO spoke to that. And maybe at this point, let me pause to see, Mr. CEO, if there's anything else that we have missed. But I think those are the numbers that were requested, and the numbers are as shared. Let me pause, Mr. Chair.
We are covered. Thank you, Dr. Muche. Let me hand over back to the chair of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the NRF. I'd like to, at this point, hand over to the Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing my hand. I will then leave the DHET team to deal with the rest of the issues. I will. Thanks for your understanding. I just need to go through quickly the points I wanted to make. The issue of funding of NIHSS from the NSF, I hope the DG will deal with this matter, and immediately after this meeting as well, because it's urgent that this issue be addressed. I think the got a sense also of how we are contributing to transformation through all these initiatives. In fact, Chair, I do need to say that you can see the amount of work that the entities, the departments and the entities are doing from today's input. NRF is doing exceptional work. In fact, if one at some stage you would look at the research that the NRF is funding, it's real cutting edge, transformative research, and also affirming younger people, women, and Black South Africans. So you can see also what the NIHSS is doing. This is really very good news. I wish also the media, much as they like to criticize us and myself in particular, they do acknowledge this good work that has been reported today. I'm glad that the CEO, Professor Nelumondo, has mentioned the presidential PhD program, which is R1 billion, to target some of our brightest students and send them to the best universities, science and research centers all over the world, and come back to contribute in South Africa. The DG also and Dr. Sotuba will address the logic behind the 70-30 HSS split for the loan, the missing middle loan. I think that with Honorable Shkwambana as well as Uchiro, we have a long debate with them, really. I think you answered, and also Honorable Letsie also answered them quite competently, both of you, that we committed to progressive, supporting progressive access to higher education, but starting with the poor, which is where we are. And we are now expanding to the missing middle. The fact that if you finish on record time, you're going to get 50% or more of that loan converted to a bursary, it's a huge advance that this government is making. Whether the government should fund my child and also the child of Honorable Chirwa and Shikwambama, we can really debate that. Why should government actually be funding higher education for families who can afford? Why? In fact, that position is very problematic because we are essentially stealing from the rich to pay the poor. We are stealing from the poor to pay for the rich in a hugely unequal society. But maybe we'll have a chance to debate this at some stage. And also, true, I agree with Honorable Letsia that there is an element of electioneering as well, but I'll leave that aside for now. Such that the government has defined who the poor is. And in terms of prioritizing the poor and the children of the working class, the government has done very, very well, whether it's on other social grants as well as education grants. Honorable King, again, it's unfortunate that we are electioneering. There is no policy that we took from the DA. In fact, the DA at some stage was very skeptical and even opposed to NSFAS some few years back. We are only really gradually accepting this now, just like the social grants. You were deadly opposed to social grants, but now we are the champions because we are going to the elections who are actually going to do this. What the DG and Dr. Sotuga were presenting here was as a result of extensive exercise done by and good work done by the ministerial task team. Eligibility criteria for NSFAS we just approved for the loan scheme. Because, of course, we started late. We had said this. But they've been approved now. There is eligibility criteria. And going forward, we are going to be looking into this. Also, Honorable King, unfortunately, your position on use of pension funds is very, very problematic. Why would we not use pension funds to fund the poor or even the missing middle? When 12% of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is government pension funds, the PIC is 12% of the JSE. And JSE is capitalists playing with money, gambling with money. I suppose that's your base. That is why you don't mention that. What is the pension money doing in a Johannesburg Stock Exchange? In any case, many other countries, they thrive. Countries like Norway and so on, they tell you that 20% of our pension fund we invested in infrastructure, including education infrastructure. There's nothing wrong for as long as you have a system where the money is going to actually come back and you don't impoverish the pension fund. DA is very silent, as I say, about our pension monies in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. 12% of the JSE. And we are talking more than about 1.2 trillion rands of public servants' pension money handled through the PIC that is invested in that casino economy of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Now, the accommodation cap as well. I don't understand why we wouldn't cap NSFAS money, because we are being ripped off as government. Unless, of course, you are supporting that those who are actually speculating on student accommodation must just get as much money from government. From there, in terms of devolving NSFAS to institutions, there were lots of problems. We did a forensic investigation. NSFAS was being stolen. Even NSFAS itself couldn't properly account for money that it gives to institutions. That's why we moved to a student-centered model, which I still believe that is actually a correct one. I will leave the CET funding and budget cuts to the DG. Those are details that you can be able to deal with. I think that the NRF questions have actually been ably answered by the NRF itself, and the very good work that they are doing, as well as the NIHSS. Really doing great work, as I had actually said. Also, the DG and Dr. Sotuga can give the details to Dr. Letsia, to Mr. Letsia. Hey, you see, Debsa, you need to study, man, and become a doctor. Now I'm calling you a doctor. You might as well just do it. So, Honorable Letsia is correct in asking these questions. Where is this money coming from? Is it the surpluses from the CETA, the NSF, and so on? I would leave that to you, DG, to actually answer that, as well as the issue of how would we ensure on double dipping, except that I'd already explained that this is part of the progressive implementation of the comprehensive student model. Because once we have everything under one roof and have systems that talk to each other, we will then be able to. We don't have that as yet, I do admit. The AG, in fact, still hit at NSFAS here big time about not having a system. The 18 recommendations presented by the DG actually constitute both the short-term, medium-term, as well as aspects of the long-term of the trajectory that we actually want to follow. The issue of the capacity, Chair, that we are asking of NSFAS, the DG may want to contribute to that. We are doing a lot really to try and capacitate NSFAS. That's why we are even exploring now for the loan system. Because we went that route with our eyes open to say, NSFAS is going to need additional capacity. That is why, I'm told in the portfolio committee, NSFAS did brief you about the fact that they are going for a closed tender for banks, so that possibly you can actually have the banks assisting together with the universities to manage some of these monies, whether it's the allowances or is actually the loan system. Because myself, I'm very concerned that we need to build the capacity in NSFAS. Thank you very much, Chair, and may I be excused. And then the DG is also going then to come in when you give him a chance together with Dr. Sotila. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. That's fine. DG, I hope you'll cover the other items adequately, and we will communicate a time in coordination with your office for us to get the briefing on the CHE. You are excused. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, bon.
Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll ask Marcia to come first, and I'll fill the gaps where they exist. Marcia.
Thank you, DG. I think let me start with the first question. According to our records, 39.86 million was transferred to the NIHSS, and the 9.9 million, which is the balance, was paid in January. So I don't quite know what the matter is there. We already have budgeted for the NIHSS for 2024 to 2025, 41.65 million. So it is an increase on our books. Thank you, Chair, on that one. And then on the matter of the period of the loan, as indicated, I think this question came from the DA. The question, what is the period of the loan? We've indicated we've allowed for great flexibility. If a student comes in, a third-year student comes in and requires a loan, they're allowed to get that loan for that final year so that they can finish their qualification. If they come in at the second year, same. So it's determined by students, and this flexibility is in recognition of the pool of students who we know are struggling to pay their funds. The number, the question was, so what is this number of students? We've indicated that for this year, it is 31,800. And if we double that, then as far as we are concerned, it would be 100%. Almost 100%. So 31,800 is 47%. Then the other question was, I think Minister covered the issue of caps around accommodation, I just thought maybe I should quickly correct perhaps a slight misunderstanding. We identified NSFAS as the loan scheme manager or sponsor. I think that was captured on the slide. There is no other scheme that will be managing these funds. And then on the question of and I do heed your advice, Honorable Litsier, around using the NSF, there are regulations that make certain transactions non-compliant with the PFMA, and we are really trying to walk on a tightrope. One of them is that anyone who manages these kinds of transactions needs to have a license issued by the Reserve Bank. Or they need to comply, that's one. Two, they also need to comply with the National Credit Act. So there are all these very complicated set of regulations that are in place, and we could only identify NSFAS as one closely compliant to these type of transactions. The other difficulty is that we were, for example, told, why don't you consider the Post Bank? We also established that the Post Bank did not have the license. So as indicated by DG, that when we eventually, as we engaged all multiple stakeholders, including SARS, for example, the question was, which institution could deliver the most efficient allocation for this kind of scheme. And as we speak here, even SARS still needs to, comply. It currently doesn't comply with certain regulations before it could facilitate these type of transactions. So where we sit, it is only NSFAS. And with all its difficulties, they still have a loan scheme system. With our engagements with the NSFAS, there are staff who dealt with the previous loans from prior 2018, who are still there and who carry institutional memory that you cannot ignore. And we would rather start with that than with nothing. So NSFAS still has a base on which to deliver this. Does it have the full capacity? No, and we need to rebuild it. And that is the reason why we have agreed for NSFAS to use 10 billion to attend to its capacity issues, both in terms of software, in terms of staff, in terms of the organogram to populate both systems. We believe these can be seamless over time. So they are artificially separated for now, but invariably, I think they will be seamless as we mature with this model. And then I think there was another question on the transfers. Where are we with the transfers? So for 2024-2025 financial year, NSF is applying or allocating from its 2023-2024 financial year, which is why it will happen before March. That is within the 23 to 2024 financial year. It has a separate fund that they have committed, again, another 1.5 billion for the 2024-2025. And where is this sourced from? It's, as far as we are aware, it's from their budget. And the CETAs, again, as you correctly pointed out, Honorable Member Litsier, is that they had surplus fund of 12 billion. That was highlighted by AG. And internally, when we looked at their funds, we also identified surplus funds. And so is this from their reserves? We are still to be guided by the boards, the different boards that we've been engaging. with some of them, it is indeed unused funds, and we've managed to establish that because not all the SETAs have the same types of challenges around managing their funds. So once we've concluded that consultation process, I'll be able to give you a complete response. But so far, it's a mixed bag. Then on the question of who will be managing it, just to indicate that, again, in terms of the regulations, the National Skills Fund will enter DHET accounts, and it will be DHET then allocates to NSFAS. That sequence because of the way the legislation is crafted. But also, I believe that in terms of the kind of assurance that the National Skills Fund wants, they want us to monitor those funds. And the same applies with SETA. In fact, the word they used was an unconditional grant, but with DHET developing additional conditions for use by NSFAS. And some of those conditions are already captured in the guidelines, which Minister referred to earlier on. And then I think I'm just trying to, I hope I've covered all the questions. And then what is the long-term plan of the bursary? Will this loan convert into a bursary? Not yet. We certainly don't have the funds. And maybe I should just add, our greatest challenge when we developed this loan scheme is the reality that the pie is only so big. So with every cycle, you only have so much. And you've got to support our institutions so that they can properly fulfill their role of tutoring the students. In this one slide, which DG was speaking to earlier on, we deliberately brought it in to demonstrate how the numbers are evolving. And you can see that we will reach a point where, if we're not careful, where the NSFAS funding will exceed university funding. And that will bring a majority of our institutions to their knees. And so we are really in a balancing act, trying to ensure that our universities continue to have the infrastructure, operational integrity to deliver the services that is expected of them. What are the brackets? Chair, we accept that the economy is not stagnant, that there are changes, there are pressures. We accept our inflation adjustments, and we would have wanted to, in this year, start with an adjusted or inflationary adjusted a bracket, changing it from 0 to 350,000. We would have wanted to, but we only have so much funding available. We did the number crunching, and we were able to establish that, in fact, with the actuaries, that many of the missing middle students are sitting within the 350 to 450, around about their bracket. We accept that we will need to adjust this with time, but for this particular year, for 2024 to 2025, we're working with those numbers. And as we build our endowment fund, we'll be able to make the adjustments, inflation-related adjustments, as correctly cited by the students. So it's unfortunately just, it's a prescript of the purse within which we are operating, nothing more. And our emphasis in terms of the Constitution and legislation, in terms of the Higher Education Act, is access. And that's what we are trying to maximize for now. The guide around the 70-30 split, again, that is to ensure that we support the trajectory of the master skills plan, that we focus on skills that can convert easily into employment, and nothing more really. The emphasis is that when students graduate, they must be employable, and we are hoping that with this skill split, we'll be distributing the risk across various disciplines. And then in terms of the capacity, as I've indicated, of NSFAS to do this work, we accept that they are not fully capacitated. We have seen many vacancies in NSFAS, but we are working at this, and I am convinced that the will amongst NSFAS staff members is there. The enthusiasm, the excitement around this work is there. It is a question of having the requisite leadership to try and shape it. And I think that the current chair has currently appointed experts, not the chair, but the board of NSFAS has appointed experts who are helping to build the capacity, particularly human resources capacity of NSFAS. And then in terms of the state agencies, I think I will leave that to DG. I think I've covered many of the questions. I think, oh yes, then there was a question on CET. I'll also leave that for DG to cover. But from where I'm sitting, at least we know that the CET has a funding model, but I'll allow DG to expand on that one. And are we running two parallel systems? That is NSFAS and the bursary scheme and the loan scheme. I believe they complement one another because they are addressing very different needs, but in a complementary way, given the framework within which it is set. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, DG.
Thank you very much, Marcia, for that. Mindful of the time, Chair, I will go straight to the questions that may not have been sufficiently covered. I will start with the whole question of the 70-30 split, because I think it's important that whilst on the other hand, we are busy developing the master skills plan, we are also at the same time reviewing the HRT strategy for the country. And that informs how we see the split to be. But we must accept that if we were to just go by the needs, the economic needs of the country, we will falter. What has really assisted us is the report on the skills in high demand, because that report begins to specify exactly the path that we must go. The balancing act that the department needs to follow is that which takes into account the fact that students find themselves caught up in the middle between the new changes that we are proposing and the fact that they are a product of errors and decisions of the past and cannot be punished because of it. So in as much as we see the 70-30 split as one criterion that is being used in our guidelines, but it must not be read in isolation of other mechanisms that we put in place to equalize, in that regard. I think that is the one point. Chair, you have asked a huge question around the capacity of NSFAS to execute the loan system. And I think the minister has responded to some extent to this question. But may I assure you that we are alert to the strength and weaknesses of our entities, and we'll keep our eye, on the ball in this regard. But I wish to remind members of parliament that if we were to just look at the experience of NSFAS holistically, NSFAS is actually more experienced in administering loans than grants, because they've only recently in 2018 started administering grants. All the year administering loans. And so the current staff at NSFAS are more comfortable when it comes to managing the loans. So the loan system will not find an entity that completely is unable and completely is incapacitated. There's institutional memory at NSFAS that is going to sustain us in this regard. But having said that, we must acknowledge that there are reported inadequacies at NSFAS. But it must then comfort you, Chair, if I report to you that even though we currently have a CEO in acting capacity, but we've got a substantive CFO, at NSFAS. We've got recently appointed a Chief Operations Officer. And so gradually we are strengthening the capacity of NSFAS, and unfortunately we are caught up between that and ensuring that there is consequence management as well. When we find, for example, through the Werkmans report and other reports that have emerged, we must act on those. And therefore management needs to keep the balance between the two. I trust that allays the fears that this is done. But the board also at NSFAS have assured us that they assist with this matter. Chair, you also asked a question about the thinking of students, in terms of the consultation processes that we have conducted. And I feel that that's a huge question again. Obviously, the students are not a homogeneous group. If you look at SRCs that are, are grouped in a particular way, you will find a different take on the loan scheme. But if we were to just report on the basis of what SAUS, this South African Students Union, have said, they fully support the loan scheme, but they are equally alerting us on the fact that ideally, all students should be given bursaries. It's only on the basis of their understanding of the economic pressures of the country and the fact that we must resolve the issues of the missing middle now and not postpone them to the future. But otherwise, ideally, if everything were equal, generally students would support a view that we lift the cap on NSFAS and fund all deserving students in that regard. And unfortunately, we put all of those systems and subsystems because of the inadequacy in the funding of the system. There are other questions. The question on CET colleges, there is a funding model for CET college which has gone very far. We are ready to publish this, Honorable Ngobo, but we mustn't see the funding model to be equal to the student support system of the department. The student support system of the department covers all students, regardless of whether they are at CET colleges or TVET colleges. But the funding model seek to address a particular issue around universities and TVET colleges. And we are going to soon announce on the college funding scheme that it is on the on the cards. But if you look at the funding regime as a whole and the funding system as a program, you will accept that we see the college system to be the future. We see CET and TVET colleges to be the direction that the shape and size of the post-school education and training needs to go. And therefore, we don't see universities going to be reduced, but we see colleges being the future of growth. The growth trajectory of the system is going to be where CET colleges are. Currently, the numbers are saying that the numbers are going down when it comes to CET colleges because we are mopping up on the past programs, such as the programs that speak to additional, metric improvement, and all of those are the programs of the past, which we are mopping up. But going forward, introducing the new programs for CET colleges, you will see this, being addressed in that regard. I thought that, Honourable, let's see, your caution in terms of how we utilize resources that are allocated for skills development is it's really important, and I think we must take your advice regarding this. But in the absence of resources, the state having to deal with the missing middle, we have to look into our budget and reprioritize. And reprioritization is not always the best instrument to address your problems, because you are taking from where you were also making advances. And I think it's important that we upfront admit that ideally we wouldn't reprioritize funds from already allocated areas, but we will have new money to deal with the new challenges. But in the absence of that, we have to deal with these issues in the manner that we have done. And I hope that going forward, we will deal with this. I'm looking forward to the budget speech today by the minister at 2 o'clock, and we are expecting as education that our prayers around areas that are sensitive is addressed. One of them definitely being the funding model for our students, being the university capacity development program, and thirdly being the CET college program. These are the ones that are really, we are looking at around close to 10 billion rands, in relief from Treasury. Understanding that National Treasury is also dealing with a lot of competing priorities, and they definitely have our support, because as education, we do feel that Treasury do support us, but we feel that when it comes to budget cuts, there are certain sensitivities in education that needs to be looked into very carefully, as Honourable Ngobo would have suggested when it comes to CET colleges. I thought that Honourable King, we have attempted to answer the question on the scrapping of the accommodation cap. Ordinarily, all students will have accommodation. But let me give you the policy of our department as it comes to student accommodation. Our policy is that all undergraduate students must be accommodated with the existing, and available institutional accommodation. And they must be our priority number one, so that it's only postgraduate students that must seek for privately available accommodation. Unfortunately, the realities on the ground present different proposition, and of which we are responding to those. more than 70% of our universities support the current policy of capping. So it's only a few universities in suburbs that are richer that would find this difficult for reasons that are also understandable to us. We are working with those universities to fix the problem, and we trust that our stakeholders will support us in that regard. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We are looking forward to further engage on the other matters which we may not be able to delve in at this point in time. Honorable Chirwa raised issues around the NRF. I think they were covered. The Honorable Shikombana raised the issue around the certification, the tendency of our universities to withhold certificates when students have not been able to pay, is not supported by our department. What we have advised the universities and post-school education institutions to do is to issue statements or certified statements of results to all students so that they are able to go out there and seek. And on that note, we are also not supporting non-payment, where it has happened. But we are saying we do not punish students by withholding their certificates, which they actually need to seek job opportunities. And I think there is a general support by vice chancellors, of the statement of results being issued to students that are certified so that they are able to do this. But we'll keep working on ensuring that this matter is resolved holistically instead of in parts. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Latrines, I see your hand is up. Can I check what the hand is for before I close?
No, thank you very much, Chairman. I normally don't do this, but I think when DG Sokito was answering on the money's owed, I think he did not mention the money that NSF is NIHS. So can they clarify that? How much is it and how many kids or how many people are affected by that? Because my understanding is that there's a money that is owed from NSF. I'm not sure, DG, if you guys have that information that you guys owe money to this NIHSS. And then when are you going to release those funds to them? That's the question that I think was not answered.
All right. Can we respond to that, DG?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm happy.
Can I come in before you, DG, please?
Okay.
Just quickly. So the DHET allocates funds to NIHSS. And I indicated, I think earlier on, that 39 million was allocated to NIHSS. And in the new financial year, it's 41.65 million. I have just confirmed with the NSF CEO that they are currently processing the funding request from NIHSS, and they're saying they're doing this as year-end as they do with everyone else, and that the NIHSS is likely to receive their funds at the end of this financial year. That is the information I received from him shortly. Thanks, DG. Sorry, I just thought I'd add that before you come in.
Thank you very much, DG, for that. I think the processes towards dealing with the issues around NIHSS are really right towards the final stages. The possible future of the institution, all of that is not what I could articulate in a platform like this, but I can assure you, Chair, that we assist with the issues around the entity, and we are monitoring the NSF processes to finalize consideration of the funding. These are matters that must go through due processes, and we are happy that there's confirmation of the receipt of the request from NIH SSS. Thank you.
All right, thank you, DG, and thank you to colleagues for your responses. Let me perhaps start with the issue regarding the CHE and the report thereof. So we're concluding that one, we're not happy that we could not get the briefing today. Two, that the briefing should be rescheduled for later within this term. And we really ask that the colleagues in the Minister's office ensures that we're able to meet the deadline, which would be before the end of this term. Secondly, in relation to the NIHSS, I wish we could, I wonder what they used to call, what people who work there call it, colloquially on the streets. But yeah, Dumelo, I don't know what you guys call it. I'm gonna call it NIS now, because
Yes,
we're
Chair. I
all
think that's how they colloquially refer to us, niche.
niche. Okay, because wow, we're biting our tongues with Snimek. But yes, thank you very much for colleagues for your responses. I think we are concerned about funding that should be allocated to yourselves and has not reached yourselves, and the funding that has not been allocated to you. I think we have seen, it's evident that when we invest in postgraduate funding, it really does assist us to be able to firstly meet the skills demand of the country, secondly to capacitate our academia, research and development capacities. In order for us to do the Honorable Itsiye, your device.
Sorry.
Members are making their way to the budget vote. Yeah, so yes, now I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, it does assist us to meet our targets in terms of also ensuring that we are able to have an active, responsive national system of innovation, which will be informed by inclusivity and representation. And so one really must acknowledge the great strides that have been made in that regard, and must echo a sentiment that says we must have increased funding for us to be able to fund people who want to continue with their postdocs, with their PhDs, with their masters, and so forth. We are concerned about the budget cuts and the impact that has had on many of the programs and mandates of the Department of Science and Innovation, even higher education and its entities. I mean, as this committee, it's not a secret that we've advocated for increased funding over years, right? That's all we've ever wanted. I wonder if there's any committee that doesn't advocate for increased funding, but that is something that does concern us. And then there is information that one had asked for, CEO of NRF, if you could try and put it in writing. I think you colleagues were rushing a bit given that the minister had wanted to speak, but there's certain breakdowns of information. Of course, we're going to go through what Dr. Green has shared with us, but I would like us, for example, when we go into when we put together our legacy report as a committee, to be able to properly articulate what we wish to see for the sector. And so if you're able to give us more information so that we can structure our recommendations for the 7th administration accurately, that will assist us. So there's some data sets that one had asked for, if you could please speak to that. And then to the department and the comprehensive student funding model, I think one must just acknowledge the responses. The concerns have been highlighted. Will we be able to administer this on time? When do we see it turning into a bursary for all? So, the gradual realization of free education. And, it's quite scary when the response is, do we see the loan turning into a bursary anytime soon? No. One really would have hoped the MTT to give us that projection, because the question young people are asking, DG, is when? That's the question we're asking. So there needs to be a plan that can give us the when. Whether the when is in 20 years' time, 5 years' time, 10 years' time, but a government that plans for its future must be able to have some sort of wish list that is structured, right? So we can't just say gradual realization. Gradual realization looks like what? Is it next year? Is it 10 years' time? So what do we see unfolding from the loan scheme, and it eventually, the questions we've asked about the 350 and then the 600, and then what does it look like in the future? What is missing middle? What is working class? What group, what category of society is that economically, right? So those are things that we as a department must, because young people are going to ask these questions. They are asking these questions. And so we must be able to articulate that to them and bring and inspire confidence that we are a government that is looking into the future. But with that being said, we welcome the intervention at this point to try and ensure that we open more doors, or we open access to education. Yeah, there are questions that I think we might not have addressed, DG Sishi, but I don't think there are many. But what we will do is that in writing, we'll just indicate which questions are those. But overall, thank you so much, colleagues, for your time, and thank you for a really insightful engagement. Let us go here. DG, you sound like you're excited to hear the Minister of Finance. Maybe there's something that we don't know, but let's go and listen to the DG responsible for finance. Of course, this is also all said with an appreciation. All these concerns we're raising around budget are said with an appreciation of the fact that this government has deliberately allocated the majority of its budget towards teaching and learning. That is with the appreciation of the fact that we need to be able to capacitate our communities in order for them to be active participants of our economy and active participants of our societies in general. So let's go and hear what the Minister of Finance has got to say. But thank you very much to all colleagues. This meeting has officially come to an end.
Long live the chair.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.